Naruto Uzumaki. I rolled the name over my tongue as I stared down at the baby in my arms. The baby was crying hell right now as black markings started to show on his stomach. Minato, why did you not let me do this? You should have been here. Here for your son. I looked at the dead blonde Hokage, a giant hole in his chest. He held his dear red-haired wife in his arms who had the same hole. I will take care of this child for you, Minato. ANBU arrived on the scene securing the area. I walked off in my battle garb, my staff returning to his world, as I felt the weight of my years all on my shoulders. I walked back towards the village, anticipating the power struggle ready to occur. This man was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, the god of shinobi, one of the three pillars left of the old world. A title he shared with Hanzo the Salamander, ruler of Amigakure in Rain Country, and Inoki of both scales, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Sarutobi was old at this point, having already retired. However, the Kyuubi was released onto his village, forcing his retirement to end. In the end, he had to retake his mantle. The god of shinobi ruled once again. Naruto Uzumaki, Konoha's #1 hyperactive knucklehead ninja, the hero of Konoha, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, successor of the Toad Sage, son of the Yondaime and Red-Hot Habanero, student of the Copy Ninja, the Nanodaime Hokage, the reincarnate of Ashura, the savior of the world, the child of prophecy. That was the story we were told. The blonde boy who captured all our hearts through his adversity and challenged the world's hatred and conquered it. However, that Naruto was naive. He just went through it, hoping on his skills, and never pushing himself to be the true best. His motivation was his friend who stabbed him in the chest, or he screamed out the words, "I will be the Hokage." But he lacked the drive to improve to be the Hokage, not realizing what it meant. His cockiness in his childhood stunted the growth of the boy with abnormal potential. Now imagine something pushed him to his maximum potential. Imagine the ceiling exceeded all the shinobi, and Naruto pushed past it. This is the story of Naruto taking things seriously, bestowing the true way of the ninja on himself. His rise to greatest. This is Naruto pushed to his 120%. I was floating in the black, seemingly comfortable. Suddenly, I looked to see I am in a crowd. The nine tails I knew shadowed over me, his tails covering me. Everyone looked at me in disgust and hatred. Then a man with a pipe stepped out. He did not look at me with disgust, but love. His hat extended towards me, showing his offering. The nine tails shrank a little. Two more people stepping out, a kind old man and his daughter. They looked with love as well. The nine tails shrank more. A man with a ponytail stepped out next. He showed kindness. The nine tails shrank more. A man, girl, and boy stepped out. They looked at him with respect and a familiar bond. The nine tails shrank even more. A young boy and his sensei stepped out. The nine tails shrank. An old man, younger woman, and a kid stepped out. They looked at him with appreciation and awe. The nine tails continued to shrink. A man with a large sword and a younger boy stepped out. They looked at him in respect. The nine tails was barely there. 9 kids stepped out along with 3 adults behind them. Some looked at him with camaraderie, some with friendship, and others respect. The nine tails disappeared. An old man appeared with his white hair. I started feeling like the sun, happiness. Then the first man who extended love towards faded, his hat and pipe being left on the ground. I felt the nine tails return as a shadow over me. A young boy showed up in front of me with his 2 siblings. He had a tale of his own. He looked at me with understanding while his siblings looked at me with awe. I felt the nine tails stop feeling like a shadow, and more like me. A blonde lady and her black-haired assistant stepped out. They looked at me compassionately. The nine tails faded again. The blonde lady and white-haired man picked the hat and pipe up and carried them to me. As they walked, I saw one of my friends start to fade to black. I feel the Kyuubi tails start to grow. I look up, the man and woman are in my face, extending the items to me. They said in unison, "He believed in you, to be his successor. Make him proud." I suddenly woke up from the blackness. I was sweating from that. What was that dream? Grandma Tsunade and Pervy Sage gave me his hat and pipe? And what were all those people? Are they my friends? I consider them to be. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade watched the boy, who was lost in thought. You know, the boy has never thought so much when he has been around me, the sage murmured. The other two nodded their heads, keeping their eyes on their favorite knucklehead ninja. Man, Sasuke was my friend, but he tried killing me. That is not what friends do. That would explain why he faded. But still, I promised Sakura to bring him back, and I never go back on my promises. But what if I am not supposed to? Why is this so frustrating? I need to talk to somebody. Kakashi or Pervy Sage will help me. I broke out of my musings, finally seeing the three adults in the room. They were whispering to each other, while keeping an eye on me. Hey you old peeps, what cha acting so hush-hush about? All three of them snapped their heads to me as they started speaking unintelligently and in splutters. Finally, Kakashi calmed down and started to speak while I gave them my best. Your stupid look? It was very effective. Oh well, Naruto, we were discussing vital village information. Nothing to worry about. I just continued to give him my look, which made the Jonin sensei start to sweat. Why is he so good at making me feel stupid? Kakashi wondered to himself. I bet you were Kakashi sensei. Anyway, I need to talk to you all about something important. At this, everyone gained serious expressions. Naruto saying something is important means it is very important. The brat was hardly serious. I was like in a dream, and it made me think. Everyone worried when they heard the word think out of Naruto's mouth. Should I break my promise to Sakura and not try to bring Sasuke back? It was said softly, but everyone heard the words. To say the adults were shocked would be an understatement. They were dumbfounded. Their blonde knucklehead ninja just thought about going against his Nindo way. That was like Tsunade giving up sake and Jiraiya giving up peeping or Kakashi to stop going to the memorial stone. Kakashi voiced everyone's question. NNN Naruto, what exactly was your DD dream? I saw all my friends, and Sasuke was leaving us. Hokage Gigi left me his hat and expectations in that dream, and for some reason it felt like going after Sasuke is not what he would want. It seems like I am not meant to do that for Sasuke, to bring him back. Naruto kept his eyes down, not noticing the absolute shock around the place. There was just silence in the room for what seemed like an eternity. The boy's mature thoughts stupefying the adults in the room. Tsunade eventually came up with a response to the young boy. How about you talk to Sakura? Maybe that will help you decide. I nodded my head in approval, thinking of what I would tell her. I did not notice the adults leave. I did not notice I was left alone for an hour. I did not notice Sakura walk into the room. A cough of the throat broke me from my musings. Oh, hello Sakura. How are you doing? I am doing well, Naruto. Sakura stared at me sadly. Unknowingly to him, Sakura was in her own inner turmoil. On one hand, she wanted Sasuke to be returned by Naruto, but on the other hand, she was hurting her best friend. Her crush tried killing his own best friend, and she made the boy promise to bring back his attempted killer. To her, it was not fair. Tsunade said you wanted to see me. I am sorry about not bringing Sasuke back, Sakura. I do not think there is a chance we can. I saw it in his eyes. He truly did not want to stay. He said he loved Team 7, our bond. He said we were family, yet he tried killing his own brother he said he loved. I do not think I can keep the promise I made to you, Sakura. By the end of it, I had tears in my eyes at my own lack of strength. Sakura's firm voice brought my attention to her. Naruto, as much as I want him to be back, we cannot force him back. We do not know how that will turn. I realized it is not fair to you, so it is okay, Naruto. That promise means nothing anymore. Make me a new promise instead. Sakura said, looking at her blonde companion. Said blonde was looking at her with confusion. Promise to become stronger than ever. Strong enough to be the best in the world. To protect the village from all traitors. And bring the world to peace and justice. Naruto saw through the hidden meaning Sakura was implying. Be strong enough to not bring Sasuke back as a friend, but as a traitor. Be strong enough to stop him. A smile made its way onto Naruto's face. Of course, Sakura. The two of them began talking about other things. The conditions of his teammates and the village's reaction to Sasuke's defection were the main topics. The topic of Sasuke defection did not affect them all too great. Deep down, they both knew it was just a matter of time. Their teammate was too consumed in his hatred to think otherwise. As it started getting darker, Sakura waved goodbye to Naruto, leaving the blonde alone by himself for a while again to his thoughts. She is right, she did not say it out loud, but Sasuke is a traitor to the leaf. I need to get strong enough to bring him back not as a friend, but as a shinobi of the leaf. That is what the Hokage does, right, old man? Keep the village safe from all. I slept that night, a deep slumber that I have not achieved in ages. The breakthrough of the lifetime having exhausted me. I would become stronger. The clouds on the horizon will not let me save my friend. I need to defend the leaf from all harm, even if it is my own friend. The next day, his fellow genin friends came to visit me. Except Choji and Niji, those two were still receiving extensive care. I opened my eyes to see my genin friends enter the room. Hey guys, how are all of you? Shikamaru just gave him a sigh. Shino just gave him a nod of the head, while Kiba extended him a feral grin and thumbs up. Hinata twiddled her fingers and said a shy fine. Ino just said she was fine, which was odd for the boisterous blonde to be reserved in the moment. Tenten just gave a respectful fine while Lee started spouting the flames of youth. I looked at all this with a smile. My friends. How are you doing, Naruto? Asked the curious Ino. Well, I got a new scar from Sasuke. Everyone winced at that. But otherwise I am better off than two others. The room was somber at that. Nobody still knew Niji's condition while Choji was recovering, but the chances he would remain a ninja were 50%. He will answer for his crimes. Everyone turned to look at the Nara, who was looking angry, an emotion not commonly found on the relaxed Nara's face. Naruto, traitor or friend, he cannot be excused. I know. Those words shocked the genin. Their Naruto, loyal to a fault, admitted something nobody thought he would. The Nara was surprised more than anyone. He agreed. I told Sakura that I would bring him back to justice. Now the genin almost passed out from that. They knew the blonde made the promise to bring their former friend back to the light. To break his promise was a revelation nobody was ready for. Naruto was going against his ninja way. He left on his own judgment, resulted in the injuries and almost death of a few leaf ninja. Comrades, his crimes are inexcusable. He is irredeemable right now. Hinata passed out at this. The shock was palpable in the room. Nobody contradicted him. However, they shared the same thoughts. He was responsible for the near death of Choji and Niji. He betrayed his home. To some, death was warranted, others indefinite imprisonment worked. They all understood the blonde was the closest to the boy, but this made the boy change his ninja way, never go back on his word. Wow! That summed the thoughts of the genin. Ino was the one who voiced it. You all know I am capable of being serious. The deadpan made all the kids feel stupid. Naruto's, you're an idiot, face remains fearsome. We will all help you, Naruto. Why? Because we all deserve our own share of handing out punishment. Naruto grinned at the Aburame, who definitely was angry by the buzzing sound. I look forward to it, Shino. Everyone else voiced sounds of agreement as they continued talking to Naruto. As the sun started to dwindle, the genin slowly started to leave. By nightfall, the only ones left with Naruto were Ino and Shikamaru. Shikamaru, grab that shogi game. I want to play you while you two wait for Choji. Both members of Team 10 raised their eyebrows at Naruto. Naruto deadpanned at them, seemingly knowing their thoughts. You two might think I am an idiot, but I know how to play shogi. The Sandaime taught me. Ino and Shikamaru's expressions softened. Everyone knew the special bond between the two. How good are you, Naruto? The Nara asked, reaching for the shogi set in the room. Good enough, was the reply. Shikamaru set the board up, neglecting to tell the rules as he assumed Naruto already knew from experience. The boys shook hands and began playing. Naruto opened up with a defensive strategy while Shikamaru went for a counter method. It was the Nara's favorite. For 3 turns, the Nara played in the lead until he saw something unique. He flipped his entire tactic. He was playing defensive, but now he is on the complete offense. That one piece can change his entire approach. TCH, troublesome as always, Naruto. Shika is already in his thinking pose. That is faster than Asuma-sensei can get him thinking. Who knew Naruto was strategic? Shikamaru thought for a bit before moving his piece. Naruto moved immediately after. This put Shikamaru on edge. A slight sweat started to appear on his brow. The troublesome blonde was putting a challenge on his plate. 10 moves later and Naruto still had the lead. Both players knew that. Shikamaru was in his thinking pose for the 4th time this game. To say Ino and Shikamaru was shocked were a massive understatement. Shikamaru got out of his thinking pose and moved a piece of his. This made Naruto grimace. 3 turns later, Shikamaru announced a checkmate. Good game, Shikamaru, extending a hand towards the Nara counterpart. Naruto, you are way too troublesome. In a million years I never would have thought I would have trouble beating you. But you are a strategic genius. The Nara household would be a funny moment later tonight when the Jonin commander found out his genius son had severe struggle with the blonde dead last. The Nara shivered at that thought. I am impressed, Naruto. I have never seen Shikamaru think that much in a match. Well, Ino, I am not the #1 most unpredictable ninja for nothing now. Both members of Team 10 chuckled at this. Right, you are Naruto. Anyway, I think Choji is out of surgery now. I think it is time for us to go, Shika. Here you go, Naruto. Flowers courtesy of Yamanaka shop. Ino reached into her bag and magically pulled out a vase of purple and red flowers. Wow, thanks Ino, I love poppies. Naruto replied with a grin, setting the flowers on his bedside. You know what flowers these are? Asked the Yamanaka incredulously. Hee. I am quite a botanist if I say so myself. Naruto Uzumaki, you get more unpredictable each day. Ino shook her head in amusement. And troublesome, drawled the Nara. Well, thank you both. Tell Choji that I said to get better soon. They both said their byes and left the room, leaving the blonde alone for his last night of sleep in the hospital. I woke up the next morning to the white rooms of the hospital. I was shortly discharged from the hospital, allowed to go home. I arrived at my humble apartment to see the legendary Sannin in my presence. The pervy sage had a wide smile on his face that was very contagious. Hello, brat. Seems it did not take you too long to get out. You know it does not take long for me to heal pervy sage. Naruto. Him using my name meant business. I looked into his eyes to see him point his head to the couch. I followed him as we went to sit down. With the Akatsuki after you, it has been decided that you should go on a training trip with me for 3 years. This made my eyes go wide. If we stay on the move, the Akatsuki will not be able to gather information on you. It will give you time to get way stronger, and it will not leave Konoha in danger of them coming here to attack you while vulnerable. 3 years though, Jiraiya-sensei? Whoa, since when was I sensei? Since this is serious, I might as well get serious. I could not keep the smile off my face from that sentence. Naruto Uzumaki serious all the time? Bah, never. Seems things have made you a little more shinobi-like. Good. Well, you technically do not have to go with me, but dash. I will go, do not worry, sensei. I need to get stronger to become the strongest. If you do not peep the whole time, that should happen, but I know that is a very big if for the biggest pervert in the elemental nations. Jiraiya just huffed in indignation at the slight while Naruto openly chucked at his wittiness. Good. We leave in a few hours. I knew you would say yes. Now let us go see Tsunade. I stared at the man with an unreadable expression which unnerved Jiraiya. Just like Minato, those eyes are really scary. You did not know, perv. I just walked out the room ignoring the spluttering Sannin. I will miss you, kid. You too, Grandma Hokage. You brat. Whoosh thump. OW. Are you crazy? What did you call me? Both eventually calmed down. Seriously, be safe, kid. Of course, Grandma. Say do not drink too much sake. And you do not get caught in all of Jiraiya's peeping. I just snorted at that. I talked to Jiraiya about not peeping while he was on the trip with you, and surprisingly he agreed. He wants to make you the best possible shinobi he can. I nodded my head in appreciation at that. How did you manage that? I just promised Jiraiya something. I just gave her my questioning look. This brat. Anyway, It is about time you go meet Jiraiya. I nodded my head, still giving her the look. The only thing Tsunade can promise to get Jiraiya to not peep would be material from herself. I knew not to ask, although I wanted to live. Bye, Bachan. As soon as I said that I was out the door, not hearing the rant coming from the Busta Blonde. Shizun, come to my office. Tsunade announced over an intercom. Bring Sakura with you. 10 minutes later, both Shizun and Sakura entered the office, bowing to their master. Now Naruto is. I stood at the gates with Jiraiya, looking over the village once more. I was sad to leave, but I knew it was necessary. For you, old man, no harm will come to the village under my watch. I turned back around to see all my friends, all my companions. Just like the dream. What are you all doing here? To see you off, of course, Naruto. Ino replied with a smile. Tsunade walked forward. Can't wait to see you in 3 years, kid. Hope you will take my hat by that time. Of course I will. We will miss you, Naruto. My teammate screamed out at me. I expect you to be as strong as me. Kakashi did not have his book like normal. I will miss you all. Better not slack while I am gone, or else you will be in the dust. A round of agreement followed that statement, including 2 youthful statements. Well, Naruto, off we go. The Toad Sage walked forward through the crowd. Hi, Sensei. I waved at all my friends, gave some last fist bumps, hugged Sakura, which was very surprising, and told Shikamaru I was going to whoop him in shogi when I got back. The Nara adopted the first grin I think I have ever seen from the laid-back teen. We passed through the gates, signaling we are off to the training trip. So, Sensei, what is the plan for the training trip? What do you think is your biggest weaknesses? While in the hospital, I had already been thinking about what the weaknesses are. Everything, I replied truthfully to Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled at this. Well, Naruto, you are not wrong. There is something wrong with every aspect of your skills besides chakra reserves. I truthfully already have our plan. We are going to break down your skills. Your fundamentals are all wrong. We will build everything back up from the ground, which may take a while, just depends how stubborn you are. But once we break the flaws down, we will build you back with the knowledge you lack. After the basics, we will see what you need. It was hard to be mad at the Sannin for essentially saying I sucked, but he was right. So, when do we start, Sensei? Now. I leapt away from a punch and looked at the man in anger. He just smirked back at me with amusement. Naruto, you must arrive at the closest town before sundown, while avoiding capture by me, and you cannot use the road. By the time I am done with you, you will no longer have bricks for brains. The last insult almost made me lash out in anger, but I knew that is what he wanted me to do. Instead, I used my signature jutsu and dispersed. Well, brat, you did better than I expected. You found me every 3 minutes. Jiraiya was on my tail the entire time, giving no time for rest. I managed to reach the town, but I went the wrong direction a few times. Jiraiya and I also battled a few times, my clones giving me ample time to avoid him for a few minutes. You did achieve the main goal of the exercise. You were not withheld by me from reaching your destination. I interceded with a valuable observation of my own. But you did not try your hardest, yet I was easily found. Yes, I was not, but I was going Chunin level. In due time I will teach you how I kept finding you, but I want to see if you can figure it out before that. We are going to set up camp outside the town, practice your survival skills. So, start setting up camp, now. The scary look he gave me quickly got me into motion. It took 2 minutes to set up camp, collecting the firewood and starting the fire. Slower than I would like, but decent enough to not be bad. I just gave him a look. Surviving in the wilderness can be the difference between a mission completed and failed. It is important to always be able to survive outside the city. As the Toad Sage, I am the best to teach you. I have been a wandering hermit after all for decades. Sounds good, pervy sage. Now let's get your training planned. I started paying close attention to the Sannin. I intend to have your basics broken down by 2 weeks. If we can do it faster, then that is better. We will drill the basics back into you, reestablishing a solid base. After that, I will start working on your basics of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. We will practice that until we see fit you are ready for advanced forms of those. What taijutsu are you trying to do? It looks like a bastardized version of the academy style. Well, sensei, it is the academy style, but I found a scroll with counter moves, so I adopted them to my style. Naruto, while that is resourceful, it is not very smart, as the academy style is not based on counters but simple offensive and defense. Those two styles do not go hand in hand. We will find a style for you, as well as I have decided to incorporate another subject. He threw me a book from his bag that talked about basic knowledge of the elemental nations. You lack knowledge. You lack patience. You lack discipline. Books will solve your first problem and maybe the second. So, start reading after dinner. Every day you will read a book that I give you until I can ask you whatever I want, and you can answer it. Understood. I just nodded numbly at that knowledge. I mean, I do not dislike reading, but reading every day. No way. But if this helps, it helps, I guess. Got it, Jiraiya-sensei. Tomorrow we will go into town and get you new clothes. I opened my mouth to start arguing, but he continued. You stick out. Shinobi are supposed to be sneaky, and that orange is basically an invitation to getting action. We will find new clothes for you. End of discussion. Yes, sensei. I was not happy about this. At all. I loved my orange jumpsuit, so comfy. Plus, I pulled my pranks off with this jumpsuit. But now with stealth clothing, I will be even better. My good mood returned to me at this revelation. Anything else for today's training day, sensei? Nope. Get rest, brat. At this I went into my tent, read the book, which was extremely boring, and fell asleep a bit later, excited by the prospect of training. Welcome to Magarashi Outfitters. Browse for what you like. It was the next morning, and Jiraiya taught me how to make a simple breakfast that morning with fish found in a stream nearby. He continued preaching self-supplication. We went into town after that to get the new clothes Jiraiya told me I would be getting. I looked around the store, and being disappointed there was no orange. Naruto, stop looking for orange. I made sure there was none. Orange is the best though. Do not argue with me, shinobi need colors that blend. My green and red fit the colors of the forest. Orange fits nowhere. Now find something. I just grunted and went back to looking. I will just get basic black and navy, I guess. I grabbed shirts of black and navy along with matching pants of those colors. At Jiraiya's insisting, I bought a few armor pieces to help with protection. I got gray arm guards and shin guards, along with black fingerless gloves. All in all, I looked like a very basic shinobi. Good Naruto, meet me at camp when you are done. I finished paying for the clothes and leaped off towards camp, wondering what the training for today would be. Training today was awful, not because it was hard, but it was mind-numbingly boring. Jiraiya literally broke my basics down to throwing a punch. From hand signs to stances, we went through every single basic taught at the academy. No cool jutsus, just basics. Apparently, my punches were not bad, but my kicks were abysmal. He spent 2 hours with me teaching how to kick properly until I consistently did it. To him, it was teaching me the basics and patience. To me, it was torture. Eventually, though, we got through the day. At the end of the day, Jiraiya threw me another book, this time over history of Konoha. For a week and a half this was the cycle. Resource our meals, which meant no ramen, train the basics, and obtain knowledge. Finally, after a week and a half, Jiraiya gave me the good news. Your basics are up to standard now. We will begin with your real training. Put this belt on. I looked at the belt he gave me. It was black and had seals on it. Jiraiya-sensei, what does this belt do? Channel chakra to it and find out. I channeled my chakra into the belt and immediately noticed a difference in movement. It suddenly got harder to move. That, Naruto, is a special training belt. It has resistance and gravity seals on it. It will make you stronger and faster. I tried moving my arms, but I struggled immensely with that simple task. Jiraiya's instructions took me out of my thoughts. Now run 20 laps around the clearing.
Vuvuvuha.
Now! Jiraiya suddenly had a super scary expression which made me move suddenly. The clearing was a good size which would take a while. I am going into town, so after you are done running, I want 200 push-ups, pull-ups, and sit-ups. I want all those done before I get back. Jiraiya left after shouting his instructions at me. I just cursed him out in my mind after him giving his slave work task. I was already getting tired from one lap. I am so going to get you, pervy sage. My gritting teeth was the only sound in the clearing as I continued to labor through the physical exercises. Not bad, Naruto. Jiraiya appeared a bit after I was done exercising. I was sweating like a swine with the flu. Tomorrow, I will start teaching you frog kata. It is based on powerful strikes and counter-attacking. It will suit you well. For the near future, we are going to train your taijutsu. That includes speed and strength. We will spar as well, to increase your battle awareness. I got a question, sensei. I looked at the man carefully. Jiraiya noticed my stare and carefully responded with what? What did Tsunade promise you to make you to take my training so serious? Jiraiya went a little red at that. I thought first I made him angry, but his grin on his face indicated that it was what I thought. I will send Granny a thank you for the sacrifice. This made us both laugh out loud. Trust me, kid. Thank you for the opportunity. It will be well worth the wait of 3 years for what I get. I could only silently agree as it was gross to think about. Pervy sage and Grandma Tsunade. A shiver went down my spine at that. Get some rest for tomorrow, kid. Frog kata is not simple. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. I have to ask, kid. What made you such a serious brat overnight? I scrunched my face up in thought. I have not really been trying to be more serious. Well, I am not sure. It just has happened. I am not trying or anything, but I am more serious about improving. The Valley of the End left me much to think about. If I did not have the Kyuubi, I would have died. Easily, in fact. Sasuke got away because of my weakness. I need to get stronger to prevent anything like that again. I thought I was strong, but that fight showed me I was not close. The Kyuubi is a clutch for me. I need to not rely on it anymore. Like you said, a house is only as strong as its foundation. Well, kid, I felt the same way as you when Orochimaru left the village. I was helpless to stop him. I have been trying to find him, yet I struggle to even find a track. Trust me, take that motivation and you will go far. Helpless is the greatest motivation for getting stronger. I believe in you, to be better than me, Naruto. Why? I looked at the man in confusion. Being better than a Sannin? Why does he have that expectation for me? You will find out one day, Naruto. One day you will. I went to sleep that night with more questions than answers, but that was nothing new to me. I have always had questions my life. For the next few days, Jiraiya drilled into me the basics of the frog kata until it became muscle memory, or in his words, perfection. Once I finished learning the basics, I started sparring with Jiraiya after every morning workout session. I still remember the lesson Jiraiya taught me the first time we sparred. Flashback. Remember, frog kata is about focus, watching your opponent, and striking at the right time. You need knowledge, patience, and discipline for this style. Are you up for the challenge, Naruto? Of course, sensei. This will be your first lesson in taijutsu, that it takes time to become good at a style. Once this rock hits the ground, the spar starts. I nodded at his instructions while we both slid into the frog kata stance. Jiraiya picked a rock up and threw it in the air. As soon as it hit the ground, I took off towards Jiraiya. The belt was helping wonderfully in my body's physical attributes. I was already twice as strong and fast as I was before. The Kyuubi is really helpful. I launched at Jiraiya with a roundhouse aiming for his face. He just swatted it away and launched a palm towards my chest. I crossed my arms to negate the palm strike but did not see the sweeping leg. I ended up on my butt in 3 seconds, defeated easily. Get up. Again. I got up and slid back into my stance. Jiraiya this time took off towards me, throwing a jab aimed at my face. I slid under the punch as I tried to land a kick on his stomach. He caught the kick easily and threw me to the other side of the clearing. He did not throw me hard, so I was able to stay on my feet. I did not have time to relax as Jiraiya was immediately back in my face. Jab, dodge, jab, kick, dodge, grapple, throw, jab, hook, grab, dirt. Jiraiya-sensei, you hit like a truck. I sat on the ground, nursing my bloody nose. I did not exaggerate. The old man hit really hard. Humph, I am a Sannin, best of the best. Jiraiya the Gallant is obviously a powerhouse, who refers to himself in the third person like he is that guy. Sensei just opted to give me the stink eye from my sarcastic comment. You did okay today. Taijutsu comes from repetition and experience. Luckily, I will be giving you plenty of both. The evil grin on Jiraiya's face served to make me extremely nervous for the days to come. It got better each day, until Jiraiya decided to up my belt weight in the middle of our fourth spar. My whole body was swollen and bruised from trying to fight the Sannin while feeling like an elephant. QB helped out though and got me healed for the next day. By the third week of training taijutsu, Jiraiya said I was getting adequate enough to start moving to the other basic shinobi arts, ninjutsu and jinjutsu. The first thing we practiced was breaking out of basic jinjutsu while practicing my chakra control. I fell off the tree and into the water numerous times. This practice was hard as disrupting your chakra while using it caused a slip in focus, which for me could be fatal. Overall, in 4 more weeks, my jinjutsu dispelling could be up to B rank while not using chakra, while on surfaces that required sticking, I could go up to C rank. Sensei just said I will get better over time with that too. My favorite part of the training trip so far though was the most recent 4 weeks of ninjutsu. Flashback 4 weeks ago. Now Naruto, you do know the secret to Kage Bunshin, right? No, what is it? Truthfully, I had no clue what the man was talking about. But a secret, I was definitely going to want to figure that out. The Kage Bunshin was not just made to have your own army of clones. Its actual purpose was to gather information. When a clone dispels, the information and experiences the clone acquired during its time are sent back to the user. I looked at him blankly for a minute, making Jiraiya wonder what was going through my head. So, you are telling me that I never noticed something as obvious as that? I really am oblivious. Now Naruto, tell me this for your redemption. If you had clones training the same thing as you, let us say 5 or so, how will that benefit your training? Jiraiya gave me an inquisitive stare, seemingly trying to force the right answer out of me. Well, if clones pass experience, then I would gain 5 times the experiences for 5 clones. Bingo, since you can mass-produce clones, in 3 years, you can experience 2 decades worth of training. My eyes went wide at this revelation. That would make my training go way faster. However, there has to be a catch. I mean, if people could do this, then why have I never heard of this before? Kakashi-sensei always said to look underneath the underneath. What is catch, Jiraiya-sensei? Good, he is getting smarter after all. Kakashi always did preach to look underneath the underneath. Good, there is a catch. It is quite physically and mentally straining. If you were younger, then your mind might not be able to handle all the stress. However, there is a giant mass of chakra in your gut that will help the strain. Essentially, you are the only person that can handle this type of training. However, clones are only good for learning new things and practicing chakra techniques. Your strength, reflexes, and speed cannot be trained by clones. Katas, I have found, are not very useful when trained by clones, so for taijutsu it is all you, but for genjutsu and ninjutsu, the clones will be your biggest aid. You ready for your first day of ninjutsu training? Of course, sensei. What is today going to be? I learned to not get excited about learning super cool ninjutsu as we are not done with the basics. We are going to lower the hand signs for the measly jutsus you have already. What do you mean, sensei? You know how jutsus use hand signs, right, Naruto? At my attentive nod, he continued. Well, hand signs help control the chakra in your body. If you can just move the chakra in your body in the correct way, you can do seal less jutsu. It makes your jutsu much faster and unpredictable when you only need 1 or 0 hand signs. And also, no more clone Rasengan. In a real fight, you will not have the time for that bullshit. I signed in exasperation as he critiqued my best jutsu. He is right, it is awful. I really only have 4 ninjutsu: Kawarimi, Henge, Rasengan, and Kage Bunshin. Oh, and Kuchios, which means 5, but still that is not diverse. So, after I get the jutsu down to 0 signs, I can learn new jutsu to increase my variety, because I am lacking in amount. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. Yes, but do not forget, Naruto, it is not about quantity but quality. Now begin working on your jutsu with 20 clones. We will see how much you can handle. End of flashback. It has been 3 months since the training trip has started. Those 3 months have been rigorously installing the basics that I was not proficient in. Now I am prepared for the foundation to obtain its walls. Naruto. I turned to look at my sensei who was looking at me in contemplation. It is time for us to move. We will travel to a place depending on a certain outcome. He hands me a slip of paper. Channel chakra into that paper. We will go to the country where your elemental affinity is to better train it. I liked his reasoning. When I channeled chakra into the paper, a split went down the middle with one side catching on fire while the other crumbles to dust. Oh wow! I did not expect 3 elements already. Wind, fire, and earth. Have you not learned Jiraiya-sensei to always be surprised by the number 1 knucklehead ninja? My deadpan gave Jiraiya a sense of shame as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Well kid, it is ultimately whatever choice you want for you to train your first element in, although I would recommend wind. Wind users are rare outside of Suna. It would give you a leg up and wind would be the most useful for both offensive and defensive. It can also work at any range, be it close or long. I mulled over the decisions to make and found reason in Jiraiya's explanation. Alright pervy sage, to wind country it is. How much better is it to go to wind country compared to other places to work on your elements? Well kid, I do not know the wind element. My face faulted at that statement. Ain't he supposed to be my sensei? But I know an informant who is exceptional at wind manipulation. He will be able to help you become a fierce wind user. Let's go then, Jiraiya-sensei. I ran off down the road waiting on my master to catch me. Is this the right way to wind country? Nope. I just signed in exasperation at my excitement while Jiraiya laughed his head off at my stupidity. Took 4 days to arrive in wind country. We had been walking in the sand for a few hours. Say sensei, why are we not going to the sand village? Naruto, there are other places in wind country that are not named Suna. Jiraiya just gave me a deadpan at my sheepish look. Fire country has other places besides Konoha. All those books should have seriously helped you. He shook his head at me in disappointment. Hee, I forgot. Anyway Naruto, we have arrived. I look up to see a small town with a brown wall surrounding it. We walked through the gate to see a few buildings surrounding a small oasis of water. Jiraiya led me through the village to a building that lied on the outskirts outside the walls. Arashi, how are you, friend? An older man with red hair was out front watering his plants. He had short red hair that seemed to flow around his head. He was of average height and wore a casual desert garb. His violet eyes stood out the most.
Jiraiya-sama.
I am doing well. I got your message. Is this your student? Yes, I am. Naruto Uzumaki at your service. Arashi's face got funny at that moment as he looked at me. Uzumaki, you say? No wonder you contacted me to train your charge Jiraiya. Arashi gained a grin while Jiraiya had a grin as well. Yeah. I knew once you heard that name you would be very interested to be involved. I was confused by what was being said. Why would he be interested in my name? Why does my name matter? Jiraiya and Arashi looked at each other before Arashi decided to explain. Well, because Naruto, I am an Uzumaki as well. Arashi Uzumaki, Jonin of Yuzu before its destruction. That day I did not care about training, but learning everything I could about the Uzumaki and the clan. Arashi was very eager to share, having not met an Uzumaki in decades. Jiraiya said we were like long-lost brothers, sharing enthusiasm in our bonds. Arashi was a cousin of the last village leader, or the Uzukage. The Uzukage was not recognized as a Kage by the major villages until the Uzumaki clan became too powerful for the villages to like. The combined efforts of Kiri, Kumo, and IWA were what it took to take down the Fuinjutsu specialists before reinforcements from Konoha could arrive. Arashi described how the Uzumaki clan was world-renowned for their Fuinjutsu, Kenjutsu, and mastery in ninjutsu due to their massive reserves. The Uzumaki clan also had massive life forces. Yuzu was beautiful, a village hidden in an island volcano near the land of water. It was hidden by all the whirlpools surrounding the island which threatened all boats that tried sailing. We were truly a mighty force to reckon with. Arashi was beaming in pride about telling the future generations the amazingness that is the Uzumaki clan. Do you think we can go to Yuzu, Arashi-sensei? I wanted to visit the place desperately. If it did not get destroyed, that would have been home. I believe that is certainly possible. However, that is for after we accomplish what you came to do here. Once you have trained your wind nature, we can convince Jiraiya to travel out to Yuzu. Alrighty then, we will talk to Jiraiya-sensei into going. Say Arashi, why did you move to wind country and not fire country? Arashi gained a contemplative look as I looked at his face, eager for an answer. You could have been family, taking care of me when the villagers. I used to live in Konoha. I got shocked at that and blurted out, but I have never seen you before. Arashi just chuckled. Well, Naruto, I lived there long before your time. After the destruction of Uzumaki, I escorted the daughter of the main bloodline of Uzumaki to Konoha. I took care of her until the Third Great Ninja War started to break out. I chose to leave the village then, fearing that I would be forced to fight. I have decided to avoid war since the destruction of our home. You said there was another Uzumaki in Konoha? What was her name? I never met another Uzumaki. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She must have passed away after I left. I racked my brain over if I had heard that name anywhere. Kushina. Doesn't ring a bell. Arashi continued speaking of her. She was your typical Uzumaki, a chakra powerhouse with exceptional fuinjutsu and kenjutsu skills, had our signature red hair and boisterous personality. A very kind soul. If I had to guess, she was Dash. Your mother. Jiraiya appeared in the room. For a second, I felt like I could not hear anything. My mother. Jiraiya-sensei, my mother? Arashi raised his eyebrow at my confusion while Jiraiya had a guilty expression. Yes, Kushina Uzumaki. I knew her. Why have you not told me? I was angry that nobody had told me. You knew that I have wanted to know. Jiraiya's expression gained even more guilt. Well, this is a bad excuse, but your mother was a feared A-rank shinobi of her own. She very easily could have climbed to the sought-after S-rank. Her Uzumaki blood made her coveted. When your mother was young, Kumo attempted to kidnap her. Luckily, she was saved by your father. The reason Hiruzen-sensei did not tell you either was because you would have had a massive target on your head just for your heritage. He did not want you to accidentally get word out about your parentage, so he did it to protect you. He wanted you to become feared and strong enough to persuade everyone else from attempting to come after you. I was angry, but I saw half his reasoning. Still, why are you telling me now? I thought I was not strong enough to know my parents. And who is my father? I had too many questions and not enough answers. My bond with the Sandaime felt strained. He did not trust me. Because I believe by the end of the trip, you will be strong enough to change the world. I looked the sage to see absolute seriousness. But why pervy sage? Why me? I knew your father very well. After all, I trained him. I believed him to be the child of prophecy, the savior of the world. But I see it now, Naruto. Your father was more than that. He was the father of the child of prophecy. I believe in you because you are my student and godson. If my greatest student up until now believed in you, then I will believe as well. The Yondaime entrusted you his legacy as the father does to his son. He believed you will go far past the normality of the world. The Yondaime. My brain stopped working in that moment. Did he really just say I am the son of the Yondaime? Arashi decided to speak up in the moment. Oh boy, Kumo and IWA would do anything to obtain or end the power of the offspring of the red-hot habanero and the yellow flash. No wonder Hiruzen thought it was good to keep it from you. I am the son of the Yondaime. It was barely a whisper, but the room heard it. My biggest hero was my father, who also sealed my curse inside me. Should I be mad? Or should I be happy? My hero is my father. But that means my father sealed the beast inside his own son. All of this was too much for me to handle, and I just passed out from all the thoughts swirling in my head. Jiraiya put the sleeping Naruto in the room set aside in Arashi's house. The two men began to discuss. Naruto might need a few days to calm down Jiraiya if he shows his Uzumaki stubbornness. Jiraiya and Arashi just chuckled lightly at the memories of the Uzumakis, who were definitely more rock-headed. A certain mother of a blonde coming to mind. I just hope he will forgive me, Arashi. I bet he will. He is a kind soul, I can tell already. I overheard you talking to Naruto about Yuzu. Is there anything left there for Naruto? There is a vault only for the mainline Uzumakis. In there. Arashi and Jiraiya kept on discussing the future plans, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. Where am I? I looked around at the white space I was occupying in. There was nothing at all. Suddenly, I saw myself. Hello. The voice was deeper than mine, darker. Who are you? I eyed myself cautiously. The other me just held his hands up in surrender and chuckled sinisterly. Who do you think? I am you, just more realistic. His mouth opened to show fangs. I am your hate. I am the feelings of suffering. I am all the bad that you repress. I am you. His shape finally started morphing in my eyes. My usual blue eyes changed to red, his hair being black instead of blonde, his clothes being red and black compared to the orange I used to wear. Why are you here? To remind you that I am here. The revelation of your parents gave me some more power. The QB loves me. Just wait, I will take over. Someday I will be the main Naruto. Your light cannot stop my dark. The villagers who wronged us will regret it. The Yondaime will regret giving us the QB to save the stupid village. At that, dark Naruto manic grin faded along with his body that grew darker by the sentence, leaving me to my own thoughts. Come for me? You wish. I screamed into the nothingness, desperately hoping the dark side of me would hear my bravado and not see my worries. Everything started fading to the sweet dark of sleep, as my mind finally fell asleep. The air in wind country is saturated in wind chakra. This will help you form wind chakra around you. Now, the first step to wind manipulation is drawing wind chakra into your palm. Make as many clones as you can make reasonably and start practicing. It was the next morning, and I had not spoken to Jiraiya. The man had given me too many thoughts yesterday for me to talk to him anytime soon. When Arashi came to me for training, I raced out the house to start. Got it.
Hokage Bunshin no Jutsu.
With a puff of smoke, 100 clones appeared. At once all the clones started drawing the wind around them into their palms. For 2 hours the clones tried. Arashi had to step in to give some advice. Wind is wild. The wind around is mighty and never stops. When it runs into a wall, it does not stop and instead goes around the wall. The trick is to not just draw the wind, but control it. Jiraiya told me you knew the Rasengan, so implement that idea. So, this does not practice just elemental manipulation but also shape manipulation? Precisely. I popped all the clones to go at it again.
Hokage Bunshin no Jutsu.
With all the experience combined together, by the end of the day I had gotten closer than Arashi thought I could get. He estimated I was almost halfway already. I was going to head to sleep after eating, but I decided to go outside to feel the breeze before I slept. I walked out to see Jiraiya on the roof alone. I cannot avoid him forever. I sat down beside him contemplating what to say. I want to be mad at you, pervy sage.
Mad græn på Hokage.
Kakashi-sensei too, since he probably knows. However, being mad is just not my ninja way. I guess what I am trying to say is, I see your point. I met the dark me, I guess. Jiraiya finally turned to me, giving his first reaction. I suppose that the things he said might have done bad things for me in my youth. All I know is you better fulfill your promise to me or else. And no more hiding important things from me. I tried giving him a serious and cold look, but that faded when Jiraiya had a grin on his face. Sounds like a deal, my student. I guess I should also tell you this. His face gained a guilty expression for the second day in a row. Seriously, why is this man always guilty of something? I tried taking care of you the first 2 years of your life. I am the one who got you your favorite Gamachan. Are you serious? I looked at the man in disappointment. So you abandoned me. And oh, not at all. I would restock your fridge and give you gifts. I am guessing you just woke up and assumed the kunai and shurikens that you seemingly seem to lose all the time were yours. I would also henge as the Sandaime to talk to you at Ichiraku. The man's face could not get guiltier. That's why when I asked Hokage Gigi about ramen that one day, he did not know what I was talking about. Jiraiya was sheepish at that and nodded his head yes. Just why? I gave up trying to be confused or mad or anything. The dude made it impossible. I felt ashamed. I had left you because I knew I would not be good enough as a parent to raise you myself. I did not want to have to take you everywhere I went for my spy work. The Leaf Elders would not allow it anyway, but still. I left you to the care of Sensei, but I see that it was not enough. When I got older, I could just not bring myself to approach you myself. Grandma Tsunade is right. You really are a giant idiot. I just gave him a look telling him to quiet down while I continued speaking. I would have wanted you to be in my life, and you would have been a great parent. You are being a great one right now, looking after me. Remember what you told me when we talked about our estranged friends who left us. Let bygones be bygones, move forward, walk forward with a smile without looking back. You need to listen to your own advice, pervy sage. How could I be mad at this man? My teacher is dedicated to me. He might have made bad decisions, but he did them with good intentions. He is a precious person, so I will protect him too. That includes the bond between us. Since when did you become a wise one, Naruto? I guess you are my student, so it is only right you are gaining something of substance that is not physical training from the wise sage of Mount Myoboku. I just scoffed. More like the biggest pervert in Mount Myoboku history. You are right about that, student. Your antics never get old. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow, pervy sage. Thank you for everything. Jiraiya got a grin on his face and gave me a thumbs up. No, thank you, Naruto, for forgiving me. I would not be able to move on if you did not. How is the training going along, Naruto? It was dinner in Arashi's house where Jiraiya and I were eating, the owner of the household not being present due to a fair maiden in town. Good, I got the second step of wind transformation done, so Arashi-sensei taught me my first wind jutsu. Daitapa. Sounds good then. I believe once he is done teaching you about wind style, I will start teaching you earth and fire transformations. They will combine for some awesome collaboration jutsu just like Hiruzen-sensei. I like that idea. With my chakra I can do what Hokage did and make it twice as awesome. I will be disappointed if I cannot be as good as him in ninjutsu. Jiraiya laughed loud at my statement. What, sensei? Naruto. Sensei was the best ninjutsu user of all time, possibly, second to none in terms of quality and quantity. Only the Shodaime with his wood style can match Hiruzen's knowledge of the world's ninjutsu. Do not get lost in the thought that you can be better than him soon. The man made it very hard to surpass him in anyone's lifetime. I can master all 5 basic elemental transformations at least, probably before he could too. I have the shadow clone jutsu. I gave my foxy grin to showcase my cockiness. Yeah, you could, but you need to master all 5 by the end of the training trip to beat him then. I face-faulted at that fact. Hokage was a monster. All 5 by 16, no wonder he became Hokage. We will see, pervy sage. Indeed, we will, Naruto. Arashi showed up in the doorframe looking amused. You still have a long way to go, so I hope I am still around by the time you do. I gained a depression cloud over my head at the slight to my ability. Luckily for you though, Whirlpool is perfect for water transformation. We have special methods to help your affinity grow. We can train in that while we are in Yuzu. Now eat up, you have only trained for 1 week so far. We have a few more weeks to get to a good enough level for us to travel. I ate as fast I could, heading to sleep to gain as much rest as I could before tomorrow.
Futon. Furyu no Jutsu.
I threw my hands forward, a white dragon forming in front of me as it roared as it raced towards the target. Said target threw his hands on the ground, summoning an earth wall. Futon, Daitapa. I sent a strong burst of wind at the wall, causing it to uproot. Summoning a shadow clone, I went through the seals for Tatsu no Ashigato while my clone prevented my target from closing the distance.
Futon. Tatsu no Shigato.
My strongest jutsu, severing pressure, devastated the clearing. Good, Naruto. I believe you are ready. Your last jutsu is your most powerful, so to reduce the hand signs is harder. It will come in time. I believe it is time to head to Yuzu. It took 3 more weeks to get to my current level. 100 clones a day and my level in wind manipulation reached Jonin level. According to Arashi, my wind affinity was very high, by even Uzumaki standards who specialized in water and wind. You proved that you could take out a clone of mine with wind jutsu alone. Tomorrow we will leave as soon as Jiraiya gets back from his intel gathering. Be prepared. Yes, Arashi-sensei. 3 days later. Wow! I looked out from the dock at the former home of the feared Uzumaki clan. The city surrounded a larger basin of water that had rivers on both ends. The city was completely ruined, nothing left standing. The foliage from the land had taken over the smaller buildings and were working on moving up. I could imagine how the city was bustling and alive at one point, but now it was just solitary and desolate. Never thought I would be back here with another Uzumaki. Come you two, we will camp outside the village. Both passengers to the Lost Land followed the only known remaining survivor of the massacre. Outside the city, Arashi and company set up the camp to house the three for a while. Naruto. I looked up to see Arashi's eyes with a serious expression on his face. I straightened up and paused my eating for a second. I nodded my head to indicate my readiness. There is something else that will help you here in Yuzu that will help you grow immensely stronger. I perked up at that. What is it, Arashi-sensei? Yuzu was not just for you to come practice your water manipulation. The Uzumaki were well known for their kinjutsu, but what was less known was their skill in forgery. They forged 3 of the swords of the 7 swords of the hidden mist. Deep in the volcano was an Uzumaki forgery, the birthplace of some of the strongest blades in history. The weapons were too powerful to be kept anywhere but the main bloodline's mansion basement, where a vault is sealed, the only key being the blood of the main bloodline. I believe that you are able to open it, Naruto, since your mother was Kushina, the princess of the clan. The treasures of the vault will make you stronger than any other weapon in the world can. Can we go tomorrow? I was excited. A vault of power and weapons. Amazing! Arashi nodded his head while Jiraiya just shrugged. Naruto, depending on the weapon, will be how we do your training. While you are here, we will practice water manipulation. However, we must not neglect your other shinobi fields. Arashi, before we left Wind Country, decided he will train you in the Uzumaki style before we leave Yuzu, including whatever weapon style you get in the vault. Jiraiya was writing this all down on a piece of paper and showed me his mock schedule that he formulated. When will we leave, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya did not hesitate to answer. When you are ready. Speaking of which, I think your weights are a little light, it looks like. JH, you bastard. I get to my long-lost home, and this is how you treat the prince. I shook my fist in mock anger at Jiraiya, who just laughed while Arashi chuckled. Alright Naruto, time to rest. Tomorrow might be a long day for you. Arashi's cryptic tone threw me for a loop, but I neglected to take care to this as the sweet darkness took over my mind as my eyes came to a rest. Swipe blood along the circle right there. It will open the vault. Arashi was standing behind me, a few paces, while Jiraiya stood even further back. I swiped my blood along the circle, and it glowed in response. Why are you two standing so far back? In case the seal blows up. My mind had a hard reset before I took in what he said to account. Ga what? I was just answered with laughter as I turned around to see the vault cracked open. You two are such dimwits. They just snickered back like children. Whoa! My reverie brought the two of them to a serious mood as they followed my steps to the inside of the vault. What was there amazed us all. Gold everywhere. The room was golden with Uzumaki swirls around. It was large, as big as a building. Scrolls, treasures, and weapons filled the room. It was typical Uzumaki fashion of having everything in the room cluttered. Hello? I am quite surprised to see that I am standing before 3 people. The voice made me jump as I looked to the right to see a hologram of an old man in the middle of a seal. Arashi's voice brought me out of my thoughts. Lord Ashina, is that Arashi, my faithful advisor? What a wonderful surprise to see you here, old friend. Ashina Uzumaki, the last reigning Uzumaki clan leader. Regarded as the greatest Uzumaki ever. His power so mighty. The villages waited till his 80th birthday to attack the island of Yuzu. He was renowned for his power. He single-handedly took on the Mizukage and Reikage during the invasion. The journal at Arashi's house in Wind Country shed light on some of the rich culture and history of clan Uzumaki. Ashina Uzumaki continued speaking. I am guessing the boy is the one who opened the vault, since you are not of my bloodline, nor is Jiraiya. Hello, Lord Ashina. It has been a while since we talked. Ashina chuckled at that. Indeed, You look much older than I saw you as a teen with your teammates and Hiruzen. Jiraiya looked hurt at the slight against his age. You are right, Lord Ashina. This is Naruto, son of Kushina. Ah, you certainly do not look Uzumaki, but your chakra is definitely ours, and since you are in here you have our blood. I am Ashina Uzumaki, the first and only Uzukage. This is the vault of the main bloodline. The knowledge I have acquired, the jutsus obtained, and weapons forged all belong in here. It is the legacy of the Uzumaki. Take care of this place. My chakra is fading as I am only a messenger. Arashi is too old to keep the bloodline going. So Naruto Uzumaki, as Uzukage, your mission is to keep the legacy of the Uzumaki ongoing for generations to come. I will, Lord Ashina. Anything I need to know about this place first? The things you need in here will seek you not the other way. With that last cryptic message, the chakra construct faded, leaving the three alone to themselves again. Well, that is Ashina Uzumaki for you, not your typical Uzumaki. He enjoyed not talking much, was not much for pleasantries. Oh, I know. I remember when I told him a joke about Tsunade not having tits as a child. He just gave me a look of idiocy. Most awkward moment of my life. I chuckled at that image. Arashi-sensei, what did he mean by that last statement? What I need will find me. Arashi gained a thoughtful expression at that. I believe he is saying that the treasures of the vault are sentient, and they will call out to you. They will pick you. Certain weapons were forged to a high enough level that the chakra inside them made them have sentient powers. So, the weapons in here are just way more awesome than normal weapons. Yes, Naruto. Now go find the weapons that call to you. I remember when I got my sentient weapon, it was a katana named Okami no Kurai Sakibi. He was a picky sword. Sadly, he was lost to the world when I fought the third Hokage. Jiraiya and I just gave the Uzumaki a strange look. Since when did you fight the third Hokage? Jiraiya voiced the question we both had. It was a simple mission. So, fighting the strongest Hokage ever was a simple mission. Am I this crazy? I asked Jiraiya. No, you are not Naruto, and do not get that crazy. I won't. Arashi stopped reminiscing finally. Naruto, go find what you need now. Time is a-wasting. I scrambled off to the large vault room floor to find what I was looking for. So I should feel something call out to me. Let's see. I closed my eyes and tried feeling for something. Something that was like reaching out for me. A minute later I felt a tug to my front right. I kept my eyes closed and walked slowly, feeling for the tug. I walked into the direction of the tug, feeling it like a wave out to sea as I continued to draw closer. When I felt like I was being washed away, I opened my eyes to see a box. I opened the box and feasted my eyes upon the most beautiful sword of my life. It was a black katana. Down the blade was blue swooshes that elegantly seemed to flow across the katana all the way down to the tassel. The handguard was circular with a dark blue color. The handle was of black and blue leather, with specks of white scattered throughout it. The tassel on the end was a sky blue braid accompanied by a white string. I reached out and grabbed it, feeling a calm wave flow over me.
Kaijin no Umi no Tsuki.
The name popped into my mind. I accept you. I grabbed the black and blue saya that accompanied it and rested the sword on my belt. Suddenly, I felt another tug. This time it was strong. Felt like I could not resist, determined to pull me towards it. I walked in that direction until I saw what I knew was being called for. It was a set of armor. It resembled the style of the armor during the Warring State era of clans. It was all black, barring the golden Uzumaki swirl on the right shoulder and red stripe on the left. Overall, it was an amazing work of armor. I reached out for it and put it on. At first, it was too big, but seals on the armor glowed. Magically, the armor suddenly fit me perfectly.
Muteki no Yoroi.
I accept you. I thought I was finished, until I felt a call once more. Another one? Wowzers. The call this time was fierce. It came towards me, yet it seemed like there was two calls at once, both trying to overpower the other. I followed in the direction until I came upon two swords in open boxes. The one on the left was not very long, likely a kodachi. Its blade was white, mainly white, with a bolt of yellow running down to the handguard. The handle was a cloudy gray with a single blue tassel on the end.
Arashi no Chikara.
The sword on the right was a little longer, a kodachi that commanded a certain dominance. It was crimson and orange on the blade, the crimson being on the upper third of the sword with the orange on the lower thirds. It had a gray handguard, and its handle was a mixture of the crimson and orange. The tassel on the end was a fire charm.
Hinokami no Ken.
I grabbed both and felt the power surge. Arashi no Chikara felt powerful and unstoppable, while Hikami no Ken felt equally powerful but relentless. I grabbed the sheaths, clipping them to my belt on both sides. I accept you both. I suppose this is enough for now. I did not feel any more pulls, so I walked back to the front to where Arashi and Jiraiya were waiting. Arashi whistled when he saw me while Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Seems like you got more than just one. I do not recognize the sword on the back, but the twin swords of calamity I do know. Along with the armor, those treasures were wielded by the greatest swordsman in Uzumaki history. Ryu the fierce Uzumaki was unrivaled. His twin swords were fierce and brought hellfire on his enemies. I looked down and channeled chakra into the twin swords. The power just oozed from the swords. They called to me like Old Man Ashina said. They told me their names, or more like I just knew their names once I touched them. Arashi nodded his head in agreement. The same happened when I got my blade. Anyway, what blade is that on your back? This is Kaijin no Umi no Suki. I unsheathed the blade, showing them to the two older men. Arashi nodded his head in appreciation while Jiraiya just stared at it. The man was no swordsman, I suppose. Looks very good. How funny you got treasures to represent all 5 chakra natures. Let us leave, we can look through the jutsus later. Let us start training. Arashi started walking out the room, leaving me and Jiraiya to follow. Well kid, you look awesome. Training will get to be fun now. Jiraiya left quickly, leaving me to shudder in anticipation for what is to come. From what you told me, you will need to learn 2 different styles. Your water-natured sword is designed for single sword combat, a graceful style that flows, while the twin swords of calamity are for fast-paced destruction. A strong and overwhelming power 2-sword style suits those 2. Luckily, I know 2 styles perfect for you. The 1-sword style for your water element sword is the calming wave style. Graceful with a great balance of offense and defense. For the 2-sword style, the raging maelstrom will be perfect. Arashi started writing the plans we had for the training trip in his little journal he had with him. To make your styles more efficient, we need to train those affinities. We will divide time to working on your water and fire affinity at the same time. Jiraiya will help with the fire while I train you in the water style. I will also train you in the Uzumaki clan taijutsu to ensure that it is passed on to your kids. While this trip is mostly about kenjutsu and ninjutsu, which I will be mostly training, Jiraiya wishes to train you physical to make sure your body does not start to get weaker. He would also like to train you in his specialties of ninja espionage and survival. With this finishing statement, Arashi showed me a rough guideline to all the plans he had. In the vault, there should be plenty of knowledge and jutsu for you to learn. Read over the knowledge of your forefathers, and once your elements are up to a good enough level, we will begin learning the jutsus in the vault. You have the most powerful learning technique in the elemental nations. We will take full advantage of it. You will be able to rest once you are finished. Jiraiya wishes to make you as strong as the god of shinobi, and I wish for you to carry on the Uzumaki legacy. Will you meet our expectations, Naruto Uzumaki? I look at the red-headed sensei that had trained me for the last month, bringing my wind-style ninjutsu to a jounin level. He was the only blood family member I knew. I could not let him down, nor my godfather Jiraiya. I will. I looked at him with the purest resolve of my life. My ninja way to protect all those I love. I will always do that, but now, I will make old man Hokage proud by becoming even greater than him, and be the greatest in the world. Good Naruto. Then let the trial of Uzumaki begin. The trial of Uzumaki, the deemed trial that a young man must go through to become an adult Uzumaki. Every trial for an Uzumaki is different because it relies on a factor, what lies in one's heart. It is considered the maturing process, however that is not entirely true. It combines soul and heart to make the Uzumaki united inside. This allows the Uzumaki to excel in their arts. The soul and heart may have different thoughts, which diverts your focus. This trial allows the Uzumaki to become singularly focused on a goal, pushing them past their normal potential to a full 120%. Go to the top of the mountain now. The trial awaits you there. The mountain was at an incredible altitude that overlooked the entire island. It was lush, but the tip-top could be seen as barren. Got it. Off to the mountain I went. Huff, huff. Took 2 days. 2 days of running from predators and avoiding dangerous plants. Why is this island so dangerous, oh my Kami? Alas, I arrived at the top. It was an altar. The sun was carved on one side while the moon was carved opposite of the sun. In the middle, a lone yin and yang circle stood as the altar floor. A wooden sign greeted me at the steps up to the altar. Those who possess heaven must pass the restrictions of it. Close your eyes and seek the universe. For mortal becomes God when boundaries of earth are succeeded. So this is a test. Heaven. Like the second test of the Chunin exams, right? Heaven is knowledge and mind, so is it saying to pass a boundary of mind? Close your eyes. Let me just think about it. It seems the middle of the circle is important as well. The sun to the east and the moon to the west. It is a new day. All of this. What is it trying to say? I walked to the middle of the circle and closed my eyes to process everything. Should I meditate? The old man always said to practice meditating to process things. I sat in the center to meditate for the first time. So a new day according to the sun and moon, completeness based on the yin and yang circle, and a riddle with surpassing heaven. I racked my brain for so long I lost track of time. When I opened my eyes, I thought I would see either day or night, but I saw only white. Remember, I said I will come back for you. That voice. I turned around to see the dark me I saw whiles ago. We love to keep our promises right. You again. Do you think you can actually take over? You are weak, you just take the weight of the world. You do nothing about throwing it back. You are too selfless. You will not survive. I will, because I cannot die early. Not without achieving my goal. You are a fool. Hokage of a village that hates us dash. That is because they believe I am you. I eyed the dark me with a look of disapproval. You would just prove their fears true. We are demon spawn. We are the son of the Yondaime and red-hot habanero. We are the son of heroes. We are basically royalty. And they treat us like scum. And you still take their side. I will destroy you and bring chaos and havoc to the leaf for wronging me. You obviously do not care, so let me take your body. He leaped at me with a dark swirl Rasengan while I countered it with my own, the jutsus sending us flying back as they were equal. I will defeat you. You will not act with revenge. The old man would not have wanted that, and he leaves me his will of fire. As long as I live, you will not quench it. I took to the offense with the frog kata, not giving him time to put up a defense. We had the same speed, resulting in us locked in a taijutsu stalemate. I cannot beat him. He is as strong as me. Is this the test? How do I push past? Heaven. New day. Complete. I see. Let us try that out.
Kage Bunsin no Jutsu.
You know what to do. My clone nodded in reply as he launched a Daitapa at me. Dark me gained an inquisitive gaze as I attacked myself. Suddenly, he reached for his arm as he felt pain there. What? How did you hurt me? He hissed out. You are me. Pain I feel, you feel as well. That is why you exist. You are the hatred I bear. The thoughts I contain deep in me. I know I will never not have you, but I will control you. Pervy Sage believes that pain in this world is caused by hatred. He believes if we understand each other and leave hatred, we will bring peace. I will choose to believe that as well. He is my master after all. Now, I am sorry, but disappear. My clone started the signs for severing pressure as Dark Me started chuckling. I will always exist. When you do away with me, another me will spawn. The prisoner will resent its warden and walls until it sees an opportunity to escape. Freedom will come for me, as the alpha will never be locked away. Just you wait, Naruto. I accept your hatred, but it will not ruin me. This world has not controlled me yet. Do not think that you can if the world cannot.
Futon. Tatsu no Shigato.
The clone sent a super-powered pressure to my chest, hitting me dead on. The dark me grunted in pain as he dropped to the ground, dissolving slowly as he hit the invisible dirt underneath us. I understand the test now. This place is its own universe, and what separates God and man is not power, but the feelings we possess. Humans are limited by their hate. Push past the pain and you become above man. A new day is symbolized as I have started a new life with conquered hate. I do wonder about the yin and yang though. Will only yang remain when I leave this world? On cue, light engulfed me as I started to feel my soul leave this place. I opened my eyes to see that it was light outside at the altar where I started the trial. I looked down to see the yin was gone, and only yang remained. You meditated for 2 days, however, it looks like it was very much worth it. I look behind me to see Arashi standing there looking at me with pride. It was interesting to say the least. Did not feel like 3 days, that is for sure. Arashi nodded his head at that, seemingly remembering his meditation sessions. This place here is a special Uzumaki ritual site that only Uzumaki can visit. A special trait of the Uzumaki is that from the Rakudo Sannin is that we can sense hatred and control our own far better than normal humans. We are usually cheerful and full of spirit as that is our chakra suppressing our hatred. Once we are fully realized, and actively acknowledge that hatred and suppress it, we can unlock the full potential we possess as we are no longer limited by our own mind. We are no longer weighted down by the heavy emotions of hatred. It is the strongest thing given to us from our ancestor, you feel it right. My chakra felt smoother, I felt stronger in the mind. My body felt like it was flowing. It felt calm, my chakra no longer fluttering. Overall, I felt better. Yes, Arashi-sensei, I do feel better. Good, the real training can begin now. You are officially a matured Uzumaki, you are ready. Yes, sensei. Unbeknownst to Naruto, this training was actually for the elite Uzumaki. The ones with potential to rival the Uzukage. The last person to do this was Arashi. Only 10 Uzumaki in history have overcome this training. Only those with ironclad will can. To do this, Naruto joins elite company, unlocking his 120% potential. Well, Naruto, training is coming along well for you. It had been 2 months since I became a matured Uzumaki. Those 2 months have been the most fruitful months so far of training. Month 1 was sent training my elemental affinities. Wind, water, and fire. Jiraiya taught me the steps to training in fire, which took a lot less time than water as I had an affinity for fire, so while I was finishing fire, Jiraiya taught me his espionage and survival skills. Ranging from his small earth jutsus to his camouflage jutsus, he taught me all. The man's knowledge was endless. No wonder he was Konoha's spy master. With Arashi, we had been working on first water affinity training with lots of clones. While the clones worked on the elemental transformation, I was getting taught personally in the taijutsu style of the Uzumaki clan Whirlpool Fist. I preferred Frog Kata, but I learned the clan taijutsu to pass on to future generations. What I was really excited about learning was the sword styles, and I was not disappointed. According to Arashi-sensei, I took to it like fish in water. I was a kenjutsu specimen according to him. My twin sword style was initially a lot stronger than my one sword style. However, as my water manipulation got better, so did the water sword style. Overall, I was really happy with the progress I was making. It was October 10th now, my birthday. I had forgotten about it, but luckily someone did remember. Open your eyes. Jiraiya had come up to me and insisted I put a blindfold on. I put it on and felt him shunshin me away from our training spot to somewhere I did not know. I heard some low muttering and shuffling of paper. I opened my eyes to see that Jiraiya and Arashi had a small birthday party set up for me. There was cake and presents, with little balloons decorating the small scene at the camp. How did y'all do this? Tears were welling up in the side of my eyes. This was the first birthday party that had been thrown for me. I had the Toads' help. They were very excited to help out with this kid. Thank you guys. I looked at the 2 people who have been family to me recently, deeply moved by their actions just now. Open your presents, Naruto. Arashi pointed to the makeshift table set up with a few wrapped presents. I ran over there to start tearing them open. The first one contained a new black belt that had spots dedicated to my new twin swords and for pouches. Jiraiya said the elder Toads made it specifically for him. I asked him how he got the initial measurements. He just said he can measure anything in his mind. I did not question him after that. The second gift I received was a black coat. It had a hood and tons of hidden seals. Jiraiya said it was for his stealth, since my armor glinted in the sun and moon. The third gift I was given was the coolest one. Arashi had given me a scroll that contained tons of Uzumaki jutsu. He said that he would write the specifications in the larger scroll from the scrolls in the vault. In a way, this was my very own scroll of jutsu, similar to Hashirama Senju. Overall, this day was amazing. We sat up, eating cake and telling stories into the dark of the night, as we all enjoyed each other's company, before it was back to training. Naruto. I turned to Arashi-sensei as he said my name. The 4th month of the training in Yuzu had finished. My training in water manipulation finished a month prior, allowing me to begin learning both Katan and Suiton Jutsu. The past month has included lots of ninjutsu learning, kenjutsu practice, and Jiraiya's physical and stealth lessons. My body had begun rapidly changing on this island. I stood at 5 feet 3 inches now, which was 3 inches taller than when we left Konoha. I had started to build serious muscle, and the baby fat was starting to leave. I was becoming a lot stronger looking than before. Let us spar. I sheathed my twin blades, as I grabbed my sword Kaijin no Umi no Suki. It was more suitable for spars, as it was easier to not land debilitating blows. You ready, sensei? Arashi just gave me a stupid look. What sensei? He just shook his head as he told me, you get smarter every day, and yet you expect your enemy to ask if you are ready in a fight. Idiot. With that, he unsheathed his sword in an instant, and was on me in a second. I raised my own sword to stop it. Arashi really has power behind his strikes. I build up chakra in my throat as I go for a water bullet. Sensei likely sensed it, kicked me away with his longer legs, as I lost focus on my jutsu. I leap away to give me some space.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
Silently, a clone pops up next to me. I hold up a tiger seal while the clone takes in a breath.
Katon. Goukakyu no Jutsu.
Futon. Daitapa. The two jutsu combined to form a rather formidable firestorm that stormed towards my opponent. Said opponent just spat a water wall in front to avoid the heat. Under the cover of smoke, I intended to sneak up on Arashi, but his sensory skills proved to be better, as he sent kunai my way. I swiftly deflected them, not noticing a water bullet heading for my chest. Said water bullet impacted the shadow clone as it burst into smoke. A timely kawarimi saved me from a bruise. Good dodge, Naruto, however dash. Arashi was behind me as he launched a powerful kick to my side which sent me flying. Always make sure to cover your tracks when dodging. I held up my hands in a ram sign as I grinned wickedly at my fellow Uzumaki.
Ido-sensei.
Dozens of seals glowed below his feet as exploding tags started to blow. A large explosion filled the clearing. I landed on a tree in the tree line as I scanned for enemies. Did I get him? Not quite. Chakra chains wrapped me up as Arashi's figure showed itself in the middle of the explosion, unfazed and undamaged. Never drop your guard. Your enemy is only dead when his chakra is gone, or you feel no pulse. Ga, what are these, Arashi-sensei? The chains not only restricted my body but my chakra as well. Chakra chains, special bloodline trait of the Uzumakis. Your mother could do them as well, but I doubt you can. The pure blood of Uzumakis are the ones who can use chains as it requires super dense chakra. I doubt your father had dense enough chakra to compensate. Having chains sounded cool, but I am not sure if they would have matched my fast-paced battle style. Alright Naruto, that is enough. Soon you should be able to put up a better fight. Remember, fights are about who can end it faster. It is really cool to have all-out battles like Hashirama and Madara, but usually fights are decided in a minute or less. Shinobi are supposed to be silent and ninja like not showboating assault fighters. Us Uzumaki found pride in finishing fights before they start. Our swords made our assassinations even more absolute. Now, get ready for training on the water. Arashi's face went predatory as my face went white. Training on the water was torture, since it was only water versus water. The man across from he had more than 50 years on me using water ninjutsu, so it was how long can I survive? Hold on just a minute, Arashi. Jiraiya came into the clearing announcing his presence. I need to borrow my student for a minute if you do not mind. Of course, Jiraiya. Meet me in the lake when you are finished with your business, Naruto. Arashi disappeared in his shunshin, leaving me and my white-haired sensei by ourselves. So, what is up, pervy sage? I looked at Jiraiya's face and noticed a serious expression. I got serious as the man meant serious business when he had that face. Akatsuki may have found our location. I will leave for a few days to confirm whether they are coming here or not. In the case that they do come, we will leave for water country to lose them. While this was going on, Jiraiya was writing something down on his notepad, which he then handed to me. Arashi might be an Akatsuki spy. I will pretend to leave. See what he is up to. Flare your chakra to let me know when to help. Arashi might be a spy. What? How can he be? He is family. Jiraiya is the #1 spy master, so he must know. I hope he is wrong though. Got it, Jiraiya-sensei. I will see you in a few days. With that, we shook hands as Jiraiya left the clearing. I followed in Arashi's footsteps as I traveled in the same direction as my potentially traitorous sensei with more questions than answers. Naruto. I arrived at the lake to see Arashi standing there with his back facing me. Arashi-sensei. He turned around, allowing me to see tears fall from his eyes. I am sorry. Chakra chains sprouted from his back as they raced towards me. Expecting anything, I shined away from my position, leaving the chakra chains to break the water where I stood. What's the meaning of this? Arashi just looked guilty as he started explaining. Jiraiya told you, did he not? I am Akatsuki. I need you to come with me, please. I wish not to hurt my family. For peace, you need to be sacrificed. No villages would have hurt our village if there was peace. I looked at the man and just flared my chakra. I am sorry, sensei, but you know I cannot do that. I know, Naruto. A silent agreement fell upon as we both hardened our hearts to this fight. In all the chaos, you two rule the unruly. Come forward and serve. Twin swords of calamity. I released the resistance seals and traveled at my fastest speed towards my enemy, the twin swords at my side unsheathed in the process. I slashed them in an X fashion as Arashi unsheathed his own sword. It was a long sword that was all black, his legendary blade from long ago. He pushed me off and launched himself with a long slash. I tried blocking with my swords, but the weight of Arashi's sword sent me flying. Last lesson, Naruto. Remember, against a stronger opponent, always parry or dodge. Do not block. I just gathered wind chakra in my lungs as I prepared for my most devastating jutsu I have developed. I need to end this fast.
Futon. Sansai no keteiteki sikichi.
Tons of wind chakra expelled from my mouth as a tornado started to form. I channeled chakra into my fire sword as I sent a small burst of fire towards the tornado. Said tornado caught on fire, resulting in a massive fire tornado. It was gigantic, my most devastating jutsu to date. I could only perform it once a battle, although, due to the burning in the tenketsu from such a heavy amount of chakra being expelled at once. I sat back and watched as the tornado danced on the water, heading at rapid speeds to Arashi. What made it unavoidable was the widespread wind chakra that swirled everything. Opponents who shunshined would get caught up in the winds and be incinerated along with cut over and over again. You can go under the tornado, but it leaves you severely vulnerable. Water chakra can try stopping it, but it is no use. Earth chakra does not stand well against a combined effort of two elements. Overall, the signature jutsu of the Fierce One was incredible. I told you, Naruto, do not take eyes off the opponent. My eyes widened as instincts took over. I crossed my swords over my chest and turned around, a giant sword hitting me square in the chest. I got sent flying across the lake from the heavy blow. I cannot beat him with any of my stronger skills. He either outmatches me with experience, or he outclasses me. I think I know what to do. I summoned clones and closed the distance between Arashi and I. What ensued was a flurry of sword strikes and dodges. I was not on par with Arashi, but my clones made it hard enough for him that I could avoid getting hit. Luckily, my clones did exactly what they were supposed to. Gah! Arashi reached down to his arm to feel a cut. It was shallow, but it did some damage. Guess you are getting better, Naruto. You trained me well, sensei. Again, we launched at each other. Arashi's breathing was getting heavier while his movement were starting to get sluggish. More cuts started appearing on his body. It is working well. He has not noticed. Kori Shinshu, a E-rank genjutsu taught to me by Jiraiya, designed to make the user slower than normal and fatigue them more. It slightly changes their perception and reaction. All in all, a deadly jutsu if not caught. I have no aptitude for genjutsu, but a simple E-rank is nothing too hard for me. Arashi leaped backwards, creating distance between us two. He just chuckled as he held up a one-handed ram sign. I did not expect you to know any genjutsu, but that was good, Naruto. I was wondering why I felt more fatigued than I should. And he noticed. Either way, I think I can get him now. Let's go, Kai-jin. I sheathed both my swords and reached for the katana in my back. I figured you would not notice it. It is fitting this sword is the one that defeats your master. He just chuckled in silent agreement. One last move, Naruto. I nodded as we both got our swords ready. We both took a deep breath as we launched at each other. My best sword technique, the unrelenting river, taught by you, sensei. I am sorry, but you are too weak right now to stand up to this. Water enveloped my sword as I flowed like a river towards Arashi, my sword acting as the wave. Clang. Our swords hit as we launched past each other. We both stood with our swords in place as we awaited each other to fall. Arashi grunted as he fell to the ground, grabbing his stomach. Humph. Seems like the student bested the master. That is what all masters desire. Why, sensei? I looked at the man who had helped me immensely the last few months with tears in my eye. Why did you join the Akatsuki? Said man, just look at the sky, seemingly traveling back in history. I was forced to. A man from the desert sealed a slave seal in my mind. He could keep tabs on me and gather information whenever as I was bonded to it. In a sense, I have always been Akatsuki. I had hoped to find a solution but have been unsuccessful. I had hoped that the Uzumaki vaults would help, but they proved useless. Alas, this is my restitution for my failure years ago. Do not be sad, Naruto. You are making this old man free again. I just teared up harder as he continued telling me how much I meant to him. In a way, this is me helping you one last time. The Akatsuki were going to move out here to capture you. I have bought you time to escape. Do not mistake the fact that you are strong, but you have no chance against those powerhouses for now. I had my abilities sealed due to the prisoner seal, my chakra being severely limited to prevent me from overcoming this seal. Now carry me to Jiraiya. I wish to talk to him one last time before I go. I am here, you stupid old man. We turned to see Jiraiya on a toad in the water. When did you get here, pervy sage? When you initiated the genjutsu, our friend here set a little fuinjutsu trap for me that took me reverse summoning to get out of. Jiraiya just looked at Arashi with disappointment. Arashi told Jiraiya the same things that he told me, which made Jiraiya's look change from disappointment to sad. I see, Arashi. Thank you for doing us this favor. Any intel you can give us about the Akatsuki since your seal is broken? Asterisk cough asterisk, of course. Sasori of the desert put this seal on me. His partner is a man from IWA who specializes in explosives. The Akatsuki are collecting money at the moment, so they are staying low. However, once Sasori realized that I had met up with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his boss decided to take an initiative. Capture the Nine-Tails by using their spy to get him weak enough for the heavy hitters to arrive and clean things up. That was the plan, but I managed to defy orders just a bit, enough to allow you two to escape. Do not head for the land of water, but Jiraiya, keep training Naruto for me. Naruto, lead our clan to greatness again. Now you two leave before they get here. Arashi-sensei dash. Leave. I kept trying to talk, but Arashi ignored me. Jiraiya grabbed my shoulder as he prepared a shunshin. Do not forget your ninja way, Naruto. Never do. With that we were gone, his words falling on my ears, as that is the last I ever heard from the man who had been an uncle to me. Naruto, we are here. It had been a day since we got off the island. After some planning, we decided to head west to Frost Country, then to Iron Country, and then through Waterfall to end up in Earth. With more than 2 more years, Jiraiya hopes I will reach elite Jounin level by the end. At the moment I was mid-Chunin. I initially thought I would be Jounin, but according to Jiraiya, my speed was approaching Jounin level, but my strength was not close. My elemental jutsu, while diverse, still were not refined or good enough to be considered truly Jounin level. He said what really separates Jounin from Chunin is the experience, so to make me stronger, the second year will be implementing more skills to learn, and the third year will be gaining experience to increase my battle strength. I looked up to see land again as we arrived in Frost Country. You need to move past Arashi's death. I turned to see Jiraiya already off the boat. You have been too distant from the world. You could have been taken just now easily. I just looked down, the wood of the boat looking interesting. Kid, you got to understand, you did him a favor. The Akatsuki controlled him and you freed him. It is just like Niji, remember? Ah yes, Niji. The Hyuga clan prodigy who believed he was slaved away due to fate. I know, sensei, but still, I had to fight my own family. That was the big problem to me. I was forced to fight the last remaining Uzumaki I knew. It was awful. Sasuke was your brother and you had to fight him. How is this any different? He is right, this is not different. Well, the motivation for the two is vastly different, but they both need to be free. From slavery to a seal and hatred or vengeance. You are right. Jiraiya just sighed as he ushered to me to sit down. I felt the same way as you when I had to fight Orochimaru. I could not kill him even if I had the opportunity. I struggled with it for years after, but that took my focus away and almost got me killed on a mission. You have to come to terms with the fact that we are shinobi who always double-crossed. If we worry about who does, we will keep getting. Remember what got you over Sasuke trying to kill you. Get strong enough to beat him up to bring him back. Exactly, moving forward with motivation is how we get over things. Come on now, there is a lot of work to be done. With that, we left the boat. Our next stop being training in the village hidden in hot springs. Kuchios, Kaijin. A giant molten fist raised from the ground as it moved to ensnare its victim. Ninpo, Needle Jizo. The victim surrounded himself in his own hair to protect himself from the fist. You have that summoning down Naruto. Jiraiya came down from atop the Titan fist to stand in front of me. It was officially the first year done of the training trip. For the time since Whirlpool Country, in Frost Country we have been practicing what I have. Perfecting jutsu, working on chakra control, increasing our elemental affinity, polishing kinjutsu and taijutsu. All in all, it was not very fun but very necessary. Slowly, I have started learning the various jutsu in the scroll that Arashi had given to me. His death affected me, until Jiraiya kept on beating the feelings I had out of me. Jiraiya started sparring with me now at a low Jounin level. I was starting to be able to handle the faster pace. My wind element remained my best, but my fire and water manipulation have grown better. Overall, the progress made was great in our stint in Frost Country. I think it is time we head to Iron Country. The good thing about Iron Country is that Akatsuki will not go there. We can stay there for an extended time. I nodded my head at this as we set off for the land of iron, to the home of the samurai. Meanwhile, in the Leaf Village. How is training going for you, Sakura? Ino, Sakura, Tenten and Hinata were at the girls' favorite lunch spot for gossiping. It was a small sushi spot in the middle of the village that was just so cute in their opinion, plus the owner was a retired kunoichi who gave them discounts. It is good. Tsunade is hard on me, but I am getting a lot better already. What about you, Ino? Ino just finished eating her sushi in her mouth. Father is training me hard, so same for me. What about you two girls? The other two, enjoying their sushi, just replied same. To keep the conversation going, Sakura decided to start an interesting conversation. Say, Ino, how do you think our favorite number 1 knucklehead ninja is doing? Ino looked thoughtful for a moment. I think he is training hard. I would not be surprised if he comes back a super hunk and super powerful. Sakura and Hinata went red and started spluttering while Tenten just chuckled with a light blush. What? He is the most unpredictable person ever. I remember me and Shika in the hospital room and he turned out to be an amazing shogi player. I would have never believed it if I had not seen it. You are right, Ino. I believe I am ready to see what he comes back like too. He is a very interesting guy. Tenten exchanged a foxy grin at Ino, who returned it. Land of Iron. Home of the Samurai. A powerful group that all shinobi try to avoid as the samurai leave them alone. They pride themselves in their weaponry, armor, and difference in teachings than the shinobi. They are a prideful group, so it is best to lean on the side of caution when entering their country. Unless you are Jiraiya, who knows everybody in the elemental nations. Apparently, he did the general of the samurai army a big favor once. As a reward, he was given the ability to grant a request whenever he wanted. 7 years later, Jiraiya cashed in that favor on training for me in samurai fashion. We arrived at the samurai stronghold to be greeted with the general himself. Hello Jiraiya. Pleasure to see you again. I have to say I was certainly shocked to see the request that you sent. Lord Mifune, pleased to see you as well. I think you have much of value to treat my student here. He showed me to Mifune, in which I bowed respectfully. Mifune nodded in appreciation. I see he has picked up already some basic manners. I would have never guessed that from the Jiraiya I knew a while ago. Seems like you have gained some wisdom over the years. Jiraiya had a sheepish face at the dig to his exuberant manner and lack of respect found in his younger years. Well, I did learn a few things, Lord Mifune. Good. Follow me, you two. I will show you the quarters. Jiraiya and I had agreed that I would spend 6 months training with the samurai. He did not say what the training would be for, but it was fine to me. The samurai stronghold laid outside their biggest village, which lied at the base of their famous mountain, 3 Wolves. It was a nice place with the snow-covered landscape. The time spent here I knew would be enjoyable. Mifune showed us our rooms personally, which were quite modest. A single bed, small living room with a small kitchen, and a bathroom with all the necessities. This will beat the makeshift camps in the woods, pervy sage. Said Sage just snorted at the dig to his hermit living style. If it did not snow all the time, we would be camping, trust me. When you two are done settling in, come visit my office. We will discuss young Naruto's training. At this, he left the room, leaving the master and his student to start getting situated before figuring out the plan for the next 6 months. When Jiraiya said he wanted me to train you, I was very curious about what I would need to train a shinobi. Mifune looked at me in an expression that I did not fully recognize. Maybe it was respect? But I see you have 3 swords. To have 3 is a testament to one's strength, especially since I can tell they are sentient. The look in his eyes continued to gain more respect as he continued analyzing the swords I had in front of me. Lord Mifune, do you know who the fierce one was? Mifune's eyes widened at my words as he took a breath in. Ryu Fierce Uzumaki, he was legendary even in Samurai Land. I remember his name as well as his reputation. I was only a teenager when his exploits were going around rapidly. The man who was never defeated in swordsmanship. I do remember, and if I had to guess, your swords belonged to him. I held up the twin swords as he observed them with the most respect I have ever seen someone give. I am glad that you have allowed me to see such legendary swords, Jiraiya. I will be very happy to train the boy in swordsmanship. You know what we love the most after all. Jiraiya just gave a chuckle. I know you love y'all's swords the most. Legendary swords were always your weakness, Lord Mifune. Mifune nodded at this. They are always special. Anyways, I will teach you the samurai way. I will teach you how a samurai wield chakra. Along with that, Jiraiya wanted me to teach you the more political and finer aspects of a higher position such as Hokage. I nodded at this, dreading the politic training I am about to receive, but knew it was something I was bound to learn eventually. Sounds good, Lord Mifune. Lord Mifune nodded his head as he asked his assistant to bring us tea. Now, let me get to know my future charge. Say, what do you think about Iron Country so far? With that, he began drilling me on all aspects of my life, finding out everything about me, as this was the first day of many. Of learning the ways of the samurai. Samurai are different than shinobi, not in chakra, but in beliefs. We believe in honor and dueling. Not any of that shinobi undercutting, manipulation, sneaking in the shadows. We are one entity, unlike the shinobi world, where there are entities inside of entities, and shinobi are divided based on their homeland. We can handle a single country ourselves, as we are stronger than any of the 5 major hidden villages want to handle. The first lesson from Mifune was over the difference in shinobi and samurai. It was quite interesting to see the differences between the two largest military units in the world. To begin your first lesson, we will test to see where you stand. Mifune threw a wooden sword at me as he got his own. Show me your skill, Naruto. I got into my single sword style to begin my dance. I will Lord Mifune. The calming wave style would ideally be perfect when having a water-natured sword, but wood does not do a very good job at helping the flow. To counteract this, the user converts the chakra in his body to water chakra to allow the user to naturally flow like water. What ensued was a masterclass of swordsmanship to the naked eye, but to the eye of a kenjutsu user, I was utterly dominated. My grace with the sword was easily thwarted by Mifune, who never had to leave his small circle he self-imposed on him during the battle. For an hour, I went at Lord Mifune. Strike after strike, parry after parry, dodge after dodge. I resolved myself to get through his guard, to not lose focus, and to feel my sword. There! I had used a diagonal slash to try opening his guard, which actually worked. His hands were away from his body, which allowed me to slide into his guard. I then went for a sword swipe to the throat, which would always end a battle. Lord Mifune then showed me why he was general of the samurai, as he quickly shifted his weight, bringing his sword quickly to mine, knocking it out of my hand, and hitting me in the neck with his own. That signaled the battle was over. Well, Naruto, I looked at the Lord who had effortlessly dismantled me. You are not as bad as I thought you would be. But Lord Mifune, I did not even touch you. I was shocked by the fact he thought I was better than he expected. He nodded as he calculated what he would say. True, you did not touch me, but you showed me something even better. You used your sword not as a sword itself, but as an extension of your body. You already have a firm grasp of the first step to swordsmanship. Mifune looked proud at the fact that I was already complete with the first step. I just gave him a nod and thanked him for his kind words. Now, Naruto, we will spar once again. This time we will not end until you land a hit. I gulped at that, as it would probably be a very hard task if anything earlier showed. Our spar lasted for 6 hours, and I did not land a hit. Mifune had business to attend to, so that is why we finished. Naruto, Mifune, Jiraiya, and I were eating breakfast in the dining hall where the general of samurai ate. It was very ceremonial, as I came to find out. Much of samurai life is tradition and ceremonial. As I promised to Jiraiya, we will work on some political work today. Yes, political training. Yes, Lord Mifune, what are we doing today? I asked the general, who just looked with a straight face. Meet me in my office. Jiraiya, you are welcome to join as well. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up to signal his agreement. We finished eating what was left, then was escorted by samurai to the office of the general of samurai. It was a small and quaint office that was made of wood and the famous iron of the country we are currently in. A big desk sat in center, devoid of anything, with libraries on both sides. It was bare as a desert in decoration. Mifune just sat down in his big chair behind the desk and signaled me to get behind him, while Jiraiya went to the corner. Just watch, Naruto. Do not say anything. As he finished speaking, a man walked in. He wore nice clothes and was very average looking, with brown eyes and brown hair. Lord Mifune. The man had a nasally voice that really did not match his appearance. He bowed at the waist to show respect to the general. Hello, Geto. What brings you to me today? Geto had a nervous look on his face that faltered at Mifune's words. I am in need of the samurai's help in scaring bandits off. Mifune's expression did not change as he stared at Geto. Okay. I will let you know if we can send samurai to where you live. At that dismissive tone, Geto opened his mouth to say something, but thought not to voice it, as he left the room, leaving me and my new sensei alone. What do you think of this, Naruto? Mifune did not take his eyes off the door as he asked me his question. Well, obviously it sounds like he has a problem. Mifune just nodded at this. I think we need to help him since bandits are a problem. Wrong. I looked at the man who had taken his eyes off the door to look at me. Your morals are right, but you are wrong. That man was obviously hiding something. His nervousness is a tip-off. I know why he is nervous. It is not bandits but missing Nin who dared to rob a town in Iron Country. The man looked more shocked than outraged. This man, before, has used our samurai, and those samurai go missing. The reason why is unknown, but we all had our suspicions. Samurai going missing in Iron Country is very strange, as they were not known to leave the border either. They just vanished. I believe that they were killed, and their gear stolen for the underground marker. Jiraiya interrupted the general, which might be considered as rude and insubordinate. This was Jiraiya though, so Mifune just nodded in agreement. Well, I was not really expecting this soon, but Naruto. I turned to look at my new sensei. Your first assignment as young charge of the general is to head to the village where Geto resides and find evidence of Geto's traitorous acts and stop the missing Nin in our country. Yes, Lord Mifune. Geto resided in a small village north of the samurai stronghold. Its population was maybe 300. Geto was one of 4 townsfolks in the council that ran the town opting for an aristocracy. Compared to other officials, he was a lot wealthier than the other 3. That drew plenty of suspicion already. How do I know all this? I have been watching him for a day now. The man was horrible at pretending he was not a traitor to his country. His constant skittishness and the lack of suspicion from the rest of the community could convince me that was Geto's natural personality. But I knew better. I needed to find evidence of him betraying the country. However, nothing incriminating has occurred yet. Luckily, my break was about to happen. I had been using the camouflage jutsu Jiraiya taught me to follow this guy in secret, as well as suppressing my chakra the best ability I can. I forgot, however, that my cloak has seals that suppress my chakra for me. Oh well, extra practice. Today, Geto had just been meeting with people around the community, talking about budgets, goods that are being imported or exported, and how people's families are doing. It was pretty boring. It was getting dark when the man decided to go home, or so I thought. He was walking the normal route he usually did to get to his house when he suddenly made a right turn down an alley. I started feeling my heartbeat pick up as I knew something interesting usually happens in alleys. I looked down from my spot on the roof to see Geto walk to the end of the alley and knock on a trapdoor. Well, luckily Pervy Sage taught me a pretty neat trick. I summoned a clone that used the hinge to turn into a fly. Said fly flew down to the trapdoor and flew around the entrance to find an opening. A tiny breathing hole allowed the fly clone to fly into the secret base. At first, there was a ladder leading down to light at the bottom. At the bottom, a long tunnel lined with torches led to a single room with a bed, desk, and cabinets. Inside that room, Geto stood there nervously in front of a black-haired man with bangs. His outfit was green with a slashed headband around his neck. At closer look, the headband had 3 blades of grass on it. He was of taller stature and was middle-aged. A scar stood over his left eye. The clone perched itself silently on a cabinet in the far side of the room to avoid suspicion. Ruta, the samurai are on their way. Are you sure you will be able to take them out? Absolutely sure. Ruta, the now named shinobi, just chuckled a sinister laugh as he looked at the nervous royal in front of him. Of course I can. Why else would you hire me? The grin on Ruta's face threatened to spill on the floor. Geto just swallowed nervously as he went over the details that would be important to Ruta's assassination plan. They talked for 30 minutes until Geto left the room. Once the royal left the room, the clones silently dispersed without smoke. If the clone stood around for another second, he would have gotten popped by a very aware shinobi in the room. I sat at the top of the roof and sorted through the information sent by my clone. Jiraiya said he is leaving me alone for this mission to let me practice my solo mission experience. I first need to figure out the abilities of this Ruta person. Then I need a plan for tomorrow. I will talk to Lord Mifune about a possible plan. My first part of the mission is secured. The evidence of that room existing is enough. I just need to finish the second part of the mission now. I left the village to travel to the samurai stronghold that lied 2 hours from here. Ruta the Bloodthirsty. A B-rank missing Nin from Kusagakure. Bingo book listed he can be as strong as an A-rank, but his mentality and smarts limited him to B-rank. The man was skilled in stealth with above-average chakra reserves. He was known to use 2 elements being fire and earth. Overall, he can be a problem to the samurai. I met with Mifune, and he was pleased with the completion of the first mission. We came up with a plan, that the samurai sent will be dummies who will lure Ruda into an unfavorable position that I will take advantage of. Our goal is to incapacitate the missing Nin. Mifune has a special plan for him. It was nightfall outside the small village where Operation Foxtail was taking place. Clones of mine, disguised by samurai garb, were dispatched to the area where the bandits were with the help of Geto. Geto was leading them himself, as they appeared at a small camp of tents. There the bandits are. Now go eliminate them. Geto's constant nervousness was a clear sign of something wrong, but since we knew then it did not matter. You heard the man, let's go. My clones disguised as samurai approached the band of tents, checking for bandits, but strangely there were none. Lord Geto, we see no bandits. Are you sure this is the right place? Geto just looked around, his nervousness now being replaced with an extreme anxiety.
Y positive.
Double-check samurai. The clones nodded as they looked again. They did not find anything, so Geto himself came to look. When they were all in the middle of the camp, they all heard shouting. Doton, Bakudan. A large explosion filled the landscape as the camp was wiped clear. A man with a scratched-out Kusa headband landed in the clearing. Humph, idiots, especially that Geto guy. Seriously trusting a missing Nin. Haha! His deranged voice erupted in the clearing. I sat on a tree branch in the edge of the clearing observing what has unfolded. This is just like Zabuza and Wave Country. Deranged assassin who betrays his employer. Except this one is a lot worse. I guess I need to take him down before anything else happens. With the camp now being a crater from the explosion, I decided to finish things quickly with ninjutsu. Suetun. Gakiryu Chikara. I collected large amounts of water chakra in my lungs as I spat out a large amount of water into the crater. Ruda saw the water coming as it was not meant to incapacitate him, so he jumped up in the air as the crater started to fill with the water. He landed once I stopped the flow of water. The result of the water was a pond of decent size. What do we have here? A little ninja coming to defeat me. I guess you were Geto's dog. No matter. You are wrong if you think you can beat me. I was confused by what he said. He must think Geto was going to betray him. This guy is crazy. I wanted to think more, but Geto started a new string of hand signs as he launched a fireball at me. I threw my hands on the ground as I raised a water wall to block the fireball. As the fireball hit the wall, I looked to my left just to have my head bashed as a heavy punch hit me square in the head. I skid across the water as I tried to recover from the hit. I eventually slowed down and got on my knee. He is fast. I deactivated the resistance seals on my body as I launched myself at him at my top speed. I quickly unsheathed my twin swords and launched an X-style swipe towards the opponent. Said opponent grabbed two kunai and blocked the swords as they got close to his chest. His grin was feral with his eyes looking crazed. Your swords are dope. I am going to enjoy taking them off your rotting corpse. I got surprised as I saw his skin start to light up. A timely Kawarimi saved me from the exploding clone that raised the clearing. In the tree line, with the little time I knew I had, I summoned 3 clones to fight off my opponent while I gathered chakra for my battle-ending jutsu. My 3 clones spotted my opponent racing towards me, resulting in a flurry of sword strikes and pops as the man slowly eliminated my clones. Too bad I only needed 5 seconds. Unfortunately for him, he took 6.
Futon. Sansai no keteiteki sikichi.
I whispered those words out as I summoned a large amount of wind in front of me. With my hands guiding it, I guided the tornado towards my opponent. Said opponent looked on in shock as a giant swirling tornado absorbed some of the water as well. A giant typhoon was the result. It was so large, the villagers in the village nearest claimed that Kami sent punishment on an unlucky fellow. The typhoon raced towards Ruda as it consumed everything in its path. Katan, Ryuka. Ruda tried to stop the giant tornado, but he was unable to. In his panic, he forgot he was an earth user. He forgot that he could possibly run, but like most opponents in the world, they lack the brains to win. In that moment, Ruda was overwhelmed as he saw his own demise, as he felt the wind and water envelope him, as everything faded to black. As the storm I created subsided, I saw Ruda lying face down in the middle. The water that had covered the crater had been dispersed around the land as it got carried away by the winds. The crater now remained alone with scars in the earth and small puddles. I approached the man with a shadow clone first, just in case he was playing possum. When I got confirmation he was out cold, my clone brought me his body as I placed a chakra sealing tag on him. I then got my clones to carry him to the base on the other outside of town where the general and his base resided. Good job, Naruto. Exactly what I would expect from my charge. I had finished debriefing Mifune and Jiraiya about what had occurred. What about Ghetto Lord Mifune? Lord Mifune just thought for a moment before saying, well, our friend Ruda just did our job for us. Traitors cannot live in our society, especially if he has money or power. I nodded at this as Gato from Wave came to mind. Good job, Naruto, on your first solo mission. How about we go out for ramen to celebrate? Jiraiya looked at me expectingly as if he knew that I would say yes. Only if you do not henge as old man Hokage. Jiraiya's face dropped as I started laughing aloud while Mifune looked immensely confused. I won't. With that, Jiraiya and I left the base. I never asked what happened to Ruda. All I know is I got about 10 million from his bounty. I did not know that he was publicly executed by Mifune to send a message to the world that no missing nin were welcome in Iron Country. Nope, knew nothing about that, but I would come to enjoy the time spent in the land of samurai. Naruto. I looked up from my meditation to see Mifune and Jiraiya looking at me. I was in the meditation room in the stronghold me and Jiraiya had been staying in for the past few months. It was lit with candles and was furnished with pads that were the most comfortable things in the planet. I had come to like meditation as Mifune insisted that I needed it to maintain control over my emotions. It has been 6 months. Time for us to leave. It has already been 6 months. That is absurd. That means... Happy birthday, Naruto. It has been an honor to train you. I know that I can rely on Konoha to avoid causing problems in the future for us with you as future Hokage. The first half of the training trip has been finished. Thank you, Mifune-sensei. You can be confident in that statement you made. Mifune chuckled at my confidence while Jiraiya shook his head. In my time in Iron Country under the teachings of Mifune, my swordsmanship was refined to a great degree. However, the biggest teachings I gained were the knowledge and strategies I gained. Under Mifune, he took my unruly sense of living and turned me into a sharp weapon. My mind that used strategy as a whim now was a whim with purpose. He spent this time transforming me into a leader that can make the correct judgments and can lead a village through the hardest battlefields, physically and politically. I was a natural leader according to both teachers, but now I was one who has been molded to be the best one. I have a gift for you, Naruto. What is it, Mifune-sensei? Just follow me, student. I did what he said as he led me to his office where he told me to sit across his desk. I sat across his desk as he pulled something out of his drawer. You have been trained now in the way of the samurai. The world will know that you have seen the way of the samurai with this. He gave me a black belt that was similar to the one he wore with his armor. Mine had the mark of the samurai shown in the middle of it. This is very cool, Mifune-sensei. I looked at the sensei who seemed to smile back. I know it is. If you ever need anything from us, do not hesitate, Naruto. Mifune looked at me with a look of fondness, something he hardly ever did. I will miss you doing the paperwork around here. Humph. You need to get back to that sensei or your politics are going to get rusty. He just laughed as we both knew those skills never waned. He stuck his hand out for me to shake, as we shook hands for the last time for a while. Off to Earth Country now, Naruto. We were leaving the samurai stronghold, ready to head to another country to explore when I got a feeling. Jiraiya-sensei, let's not go to Earth Country. Jiraiya looked at me confused. Why, kid? I just shrugged. Bad feeling, I suppose. Jiraiya looked dejected for some reason. Alright, kid, it is your trip after all. We do not necessarily have to train your Earth element in Earth Country. Where do you want to go instead? I pulled out a map as I started studying the places to go. There. Fong Country. Located in between Earth and Wind Country was a relatively small country. It was prosperous due to its location and was beautiful in the fall. Its only problem lied in the rivalry it shared with its neighbor, Claw Country. Besides that, though, it was a nice place marked by the tourists due to the valleys and high peaks. We stayed there, hoping to lay low and train in the countryside. The reason I came here was the name was cool, but mainly due to the properties of this place. Fang country was covered in animals with fangs, and supposedly, those fangs would bring you enchantments. On the first day, I found a wolf that was oddly big. Took some convincing, but luckily, he gave me his lucky canine. I found out that it was a summon, but I told him I would have to get back to him on becoming a wolf summoner. Jiraiya said I was crazy for what happened today, but the new canine tooth around my neck felt perfect. For the first week, we trained my earth element, practicing manipulating the dirt under my feet and converting chakra to earth. It was quite simple since I had an affinity for it. I read something in a journal I found in the samurai library that also led me to travel to Fang country. Chakra stones. Chakra stones were legendary in the fact they increased the affinity of the chakra element they possess. They are incredibly rare, only a few having been recorded found in the 5 major hidden villages. However, a secret myth was that countries past Claw Country had more chakra stones than anywhere. I had explained to Jiraiya this, that we can travel from Fang to Bear to see if we can find any. He liked the idea, as that would increase our strength and keep us on the move, which were both the primary goals of our trip. We got stuck at the daimyo's palace, however, once he found out Jiraiya was within the borders. He was adamant on getting a signature from him, and quite possibly an early release of Ika. Jiraiya of course obliged like the man he is, but he got us something great in return. Lord Daimyo, can I ask a favor of you? The daimyo looked up from the manuscript he just received of Ika Makeout Tactics. He was very excited and nodded his head, allowing Jiraiya to ask his favor. Are you aware of where we can find chakra stones? The daimyo looked contemplative from his throne before whispering to his servant. Said servant left, before returning with a scroll. The daimyo looked over the scroll before giving it back to his servant, then signaling the servant to give the scroll to us. There is a map of Fang. The locations of possible stone locations are in there. It is no problem to give you the locations. Just do not use all the stones if you do not mind, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya promised not to, and we talked with the daimyo a little more before heading out in search of the chakra stones. These chakra stones are hard to find. Jiraiya and I were on the second day of looking for these elusive stones. 2 of the spots on the map we visited had nothing, so we were heading to the third spot, which lied at the top of one of the peaks. Well, Naruto, I have searched for millions of things in my meager life dash. I scoffed at his meager life statement. And everything is always harder to find than you expect. Yeah, but 2 of these spots did not have a chakra stone already. What if they are all gone from the world? I really did not want to go on a scavenger hunt for nothing. Well, it was your idea. Anyways, we are here at the third. I looked around to see us standing on one of the tall peaks of Fang country. I then looked down at the ground to see what we saw at the last 2 spots. Nothing. Nothing again. You got to be joking by now. Frustration did not do what I felt justice. Nope, we got something all right. I looked at Jiraiya, who was looking intently at the ground. How do you know, sensei? Try to sense for chakra right now. I used the only sensing technique I knew, which was sending a pulse out and feeling for disturbances. I pulsed specifically into the ground, and I felt what Jiraiya was talking about. You are right, sensei. The man just gave me a cheeky grin, which I rolled my eyes at. I believe we have found another treasure on the trip. Jiraiya moves the earth up towards us, revealing a set of stones that were white. Well, they look more like crystals than stone. I nodded my head in agreement. The crystals were decent in size. Being about 2 to 3 feet wide each, they were all 3 cool to look at. Each one had different colors. One was dark brown, one was white, and the last one was red. I am going to guess that there are earth, fire, and wind chakra crystals? I looked at Jiraiya, who just nodded his head. I would guess you are right, Naruto. So, who is getting which crystals? We looked at each other in deliberation. Obviously I should get wind. That is not your affinity. Jiraiya nodded. How about we do rock, paper, scissors for the earth one? My fire affinity is my specialty, so we can gamble the earth one. I nodded at his words as they sounded fair. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. We both screamed out as we threw our hands in our respective choice. I went with paper while the Jiraiya went for rock. That is another loss for you, sensei. Seriously, will you ever not go rock? The man always went rock for some reason. Hey, rock is the strongest of the three. I just facepalmed at the stupidity of that statement. Okay, fine. Let's just see what these crystals are about. I reached out and grabbed the wind crystal. It resonated in my hand, before I felt its chakra start to enter my body. It burned my tenketsu, but it felt more like hot water on an open cut than a third-degree burn. It was soothing in a way. How does it feel, Naruto? You have to try it. It is amazing. After absorbing what I can, I changed my chakra to wind and felt it more powerful than before. Futon, de Tapa. I breathed out what I would normally use for that jutsu, but instead of a strong gust, I got a very powerful one. Me and Jiraiya just looked in shock at the power I caused as trees uprooted from 150 feet away. We both absorbed our other chakra stones hurriedly to feel the power coursing through us. Jiraiya decided to launch a fire bullet, which he said was at least a quarter bigger than before, while I tried my chakra manipulation of the earth below me and felt it move a lot easier. This was a very great idea, Naruto. Jiraiya still looked in the direction he sent a larger than normal fire bullet. I just silently nodded at him. We decided to move on to the next spots. We did not find any more chakra crystals on the journey through Fang Country. Alright, Naruto, let us go over your skills. We were in Fang Country still, heading west to Bear Country. I have two taijutsus, my preference being the frog kata over whirlpool fist. I have low chunin level skill in genjutsu. My ninjutsu consists of 3 elements that have jutsu with a 4th one being trained. I am skilled in the Rasengan and Kage Bunshin. I have a summoning contract with the legendary toads. I am skilled in Kenjutsu, with 3 swords of my own. Jiraiya just nodded at my analysis as he sat on the ground taking notes. The skills you have now can put you on the level of someone like Kakashi or the right-hand man of the Raikage, Darui of the Black Lightning. However, you know what separates you from those two? 9 times out of 10, they have more experience and will make the right call in every decision of the fight. You also are not fast enough or strong enough. The resistance seals you have now are likely not helping anymore. Once you are done training your earth element, we will work on the weaker parts of yourself. We have focused on ninjutsu for too long. With your body now in the most growing state of your life, we may go to someplace special to enhance the natural growth of your body. That will make you grow bigger, which will naturally let you grow stronger and faster at a natural pace. Now, on a serious note, Jiraiya looked at me seriously as I nodded at him to continue. Are you considering learning the Kyuubi's power? Jiraiya had talked to me previously before about learning the power of the Kyuubi. 9 times out of 10 I am not learning the power. The other 1 time is when I think about the dark side of me. If I master the Kyuubi, then that is a massive power buff. I am considering it, but I held my hand up, not letting Jiraiya continue. I do not want to during this trip. Its power could take me years to master. I mean, it is the biggest tailed beast. While it is the biggest possible buff I can get right now, I want to improve myself in my own skills. If I can stop people without a power-up, that would make me more like Grandpa Hokage. Plus, if I could stop Sasuke without using the Kyuubi, then I can say for sure I am stronger than him next time. You are right, Naruto. We will not train in the power of the Kyuubi. Once we finish our earth element training, we will head to our next destination. And so, we trained hard in the ability of my earth manipulation. It was not hard, but it relied on the ideas of the mind. It was a creative jutsu that did not require certain hand seals or anything, just what you desired to make out of the ground. Of course, Jiraiya taught me the earth jutsus he knew, but most of it was creating landscapes and controlling the earth. All in all, we trained in Fang Country for 4 months. My clones continuing to prove that they are the best training tool in the world. Now it was time to head to the destination that Jiraiya said we will go after we are done in Fang Country. I was mighty confused when he did the summoning jutsu along with me, and we suddenly appeared in a jungle-like destination. Mount Myoboku, the summoning land of the toads. Its location was unknown, but it was nice here. It was like a fantasy land you read about in the books. I also knew what Jiraiya meant by the special place. I could already feel it around me. It was very lush and had plenty of toads. Hello, Lord Fukasaku. I turned out of my observations to see Jiraiya talking to a tiny green toad with white hair. Jiraiya boy, I was wondering when you would come back. And you brought your student here as well. He really does look like Minato. Hello, Lord Fukasaku. I am Naruto Uzumaki. This is a beautiful place you have here. I looked around again while Fukasaku just chuckled. Yes, Naruto boy, this is paradise for us toads. As a summoner of us, this is home as well for you. It seems you gained Minato's manners as well. Jiraiya just chuckled before saying, he used to be like Kushina, but the samurais drilled into him respect and politeness. I sheepishly scratched my head while Fukasaku just chuckled in remembrance of the red-hot habanero. Well, seems like he has been trained well so far, although I was curious as to why you wanted to bring him here. Jiraiya then explained the training trip and how they were hiding from the Akatsuki. I see. Well then, do you want him to train in Senjutsu? Jiraiya looked contemplative for a minute before replying. No, at least not yet. He is too young right now. His body could not handle the energy right now. I think in a few years he will be good to learn it. What is Senjutsu? Not knowing anything about what that was, I decided to voice my question. Naruto boy, Senjutsu is use of nature energy. Nature chakra is all around us. It is the ultimate power. Fukasaku looked very proud at this as Jiraiya nodded in agreement. However, Senjutsu is hard on the body. Not even Minato could do it before he died. Something the fourth could not do that was very surprising. I just silently digested that information while Jiraiya started going over with Fukasaku what the plan for the training in Mount Myoboku would be. It was determined that Fukasaku would help with my summoning collaboration and Jinjutsu while Jiraiya will help my physical training and polish my stronger areas of expertise. All that was left was to begin the training. 5 feet 10 inches. 170 pounds of muscle. Gold spiky hair with 2 bangs framing his face. A black headband that signaled his allegiance to the village hidden in the leaves. He donned black armor with the insignia of Whirlpool, reminiscent of the old warring era days. He carried a long katana in a black and blue saya on his side. His waist held a black belt with the mark of the samurai and 2 pouches on each side of the back hip. 2 kodachis laid on his back. They both had white sheaths. He wore underneath a fishnet shirt with a black V-neck on top. He wore black pants that were tied at the bottom with white tape that connected to shinobi boots. His hands had fingerless gloves. Naruto, you are finished with training. I looked to my right to see Jiraiya standing there. Jiraiya looked proud of me as I gave him a smile as well. Sensei, we have a month left in our trip. What are we going to do in the meantime? Jiraiya gained a thinking look as he thought of what to do. How about we go get you some money and make a name for yourself? I looked at him, before he pulled something out which made me smile myself. The bingo book is updated regularly as it contains the bounties of ninja around the elemental nations. That includes missing Nin. Their whereabouts are kept up to date to the best of everyone's ability. But some elude the information collectors. S-rank ninja is either the hardest or easiest. The Sannin, for example, like Jiraiya, can usually be found. That does not mean people attempt to collect his bounty, he is too strong. Orochimaru is as common as a fish out of water, you never see it. The cream of the crop are the B rank and A rank. B rank are strong enough to collect a decent bounty while not being able to hide from the information collectors. A rank are the opposite, high bounties while being hard to find. Those are the usual targets even though they are hard to find. Jiraiya decided to spend the last month bounty hunting, and let's just say, I became known really fast because of it. Flashback 3 weeks ago. A rank missing Nin Raiga Kurisuki. Specialty Water and Lightning Jutsu. Possess twin swords Kiba. Bounty is 30 million for Raiga. 20 million for Kiba swords. Last known location was Land of Rivers near Katabami Gold Mine. Sounds interesting. Jiraiya and I were in a bounty office looking at potential targets. Raiga sparked interest in us, especially in his high bounty, so it was decided I would go collect his bounty next. We set out for the Land of Rivers, arriving in a day from our bounty office in Wind Country. When we were a few minutes out, however, we ran into Hunter Nin from Kirigakure. Hello, Umbu. I am sure you know who I am. Jiraiya talked to the Hunter Nin who surrounded us. There was 3 in the clearing. From sensing, I felt 3 more in the woods. Jiraiya of the Sannin, we are aware of who you are. Are you going to collect the bounty of Raiga? A distorted voice talked to us, presumably the leader. The person stood in front of us. Not me personally, but my student is Dash, he pointed at me. We saw an interesting guy and decided to come get the guy for ourselves. I am guessing you guys are as well. The leader of the Umbu nodded his hand, prompting Jiraiya to think a little. Let my charge here beat the man, we will give you guys the swords. We have a deal. The Umbu leader looked at Jiraiya before seemingly talked to his teammates, if the burning of the Umbu tattoo meant anything. Sounds like a deal. Alrighty then, head out student. Jiraiya told me to wear my mask on missions like these to conceal my identity until I return to the safety of Konoha. Never knew who Akatsuki would be, and while the higher-ups knew who he was training, the lackeys at the bottom might not. I nodded and darted off while Jiraiya likely talked to the Umbu more. I sensed that the Umbu were following me, but it was only two, so I guess they were just going to take the swords. I arrived at the gold mine in time to hear a man screaming. I look around from the cliff I stood on top of to see a funeral service going on at the bottom. I channeled chakra to my ears to hear the screams coming from the coffin. The man I recognized as Raiga was giving a speech in front of the grave. This man is crazy as hell. Well, this was the shinobi world, so crazy only existed in quantity. I sighed as I resolved myself to whatever the heck I was about to get myself into. I summoned a shadow clone silently as we both dropped off the edge of the cliff to arrive on the scene as fast as possible. The clone's goal was to incapacitate all others and free the man in the coffin, while my job was to take down Raiga. "Hello, Raiga," said Raiga. Looked as me as I donned my toad mask. Said Raiga just looked very surprised as it soon faded to laughter. I did not sense. You are quite formidable. I am guessing you are here for me. I just nodded as his laughter grew louder. Then you have come to your own funeral. Raiga ignited in lightning as his twin sabers lit up in lightning. Crazy after crazy. I withdrew my twin swords of calamity as we both launched at one another. It was a flurry of sword strikes as we both tried to get a hit on one another. Eventually, a downward slash nicked his cheek. Raiga launched backwards at the contact. "TCH, you are quite good at swordsmanship. Let us see how handle this." His swords lit up as he drew lightning. A ball of lightning appeared in between the swords. He launched the ball of lightning at me at a rapid pace.
Futon. Tatsu no Shigoto.
I blew a severing piece of wind which pierced the ball of lightning, dispersing it. Continued until it hit Raiga in the hand. GH. Raiga dropped his sword in his right hand as it was bludgeoned. Should we show off for the hunter Nin? Jiraiya might get mad, but oh well. They will not know it is me. I gathered my chakra up and split created two other clones. We all three held up a hand sign. Doton, Doryuden.
Futon. Kami Oroshi. Katon. Osenka no Jutsu.
The three techniques combined to create a magnificent collaboration jutsu of a mud dragon breathing fire mud bullets that were sailing at high speeds. It was truly like the god of shinobi. Raiga just looked at what was coming in silent awe and fear. A loud boom filled the clearing. The smoke cleared to reveal Raiga still standing there, heavily breathing with burns all over his body. "I will kill you." Raiga lifted his left hand with a grimace as he gathered chakra for a lightning attack. "I guess I will bring that out." I gathered a certain part of my chakra as I felt a sense of strength flow over me. I held my hands in the snake seal as I gathered massive amounts of chakra. White started to flow out of me. I grabbed my sword of the monster at sea as I launched my jutsu I developed in Mount Myoboku.
Yoton. Kami no Ikari.
In a flash of light, I appeared on the other side of Raiga with my sword outstretched and in a crouch. I stood up and sheathed my sword. When I did, Raiga crumbled to the ground. I walked back to Raiga to feel he was dead.
Hunternin.
One of the hunter Nin appeared at my side as I handed the swords to the he-she. "I assume you want to dispose of the body after I collect the bounty." The hunter Nin nodded. "Accompany me to the collection office. I will give you his body after I get the money." The hunter Nin made a hand sign to their counterpart and nodding to me. We set back out to the clearing where Jiraiya and the other members of the Raiga hunting party were still conversing. When we arrived in the clearing, Jiraiya looked at me with a congratulatory look. "Looks like you managed to get him, kid, without a scratch too. Let's head to bounty office. These guys want the body after we get your money. I nodded at him and explained I already talked to my own Hunter Nin about that. The Hunter Nin talked amongst themselves before nodding at Jiraiya. We both set off to the collection office nearby as I collected the money off the body of Raiga and handed him over to the Hunter Nin. We both went our separate ways after that. So kid, what did you show the Hunter Nin? Jiraiya looked at me expectingly. Grandpa Hokage's Mud Dragon Fire Bullet collaboration and something they could not understand. Jiraiya facepalmed before giving me a high five. Expect to see yourself in the bingo book then. I just laughed nervously at that. Shiro Sankensher is an awesome name though, pervy sage. It is like my dad's. I grinned at the perverted old man who just rolled his eyes. I have not been perverted for 3 years, Naruto. You have not called me that name for a while. I just shrugged as we continued walking down the road. You know, Naruto, the whole point of you being Uzumaki is to prevent your enemies or IWA from finding out you are Minato's son. He just looked at me dumbly, but I gave him my signature. You are stupid beyond belief. Look. You said, once I was strong enough, my heritage could be known. You really think I am not strong enough now? Jiraiya gave a sheepish look as he nodded his head. You cannot defeat a village, so no. I just dropped my head in defeat. Fine sensei, you win. Let's just hope Tsunade is not mad about the bingo book entry. You are right about that, my student. We traveled down the dirt road. As we returned to where the journey began 3 years ago in Konoha. The Konoha 11. A group of 11 up and coming shinobi deemed the brightest light of the future. A group that showed Konoha's future strength. The group was gathered together in a very special spot, Yakiniku-Q, the best restaurant most considered to be, located in the middle of the village. It was the group's usual spot of hanging out. Around the table now sat 10 shinobi. Shikamaru Nara, one of 2 Jonin in the group, an intellect of no equal, deemed the leader of the group. Choji Akimichi, a Chunin, a big boy with a big heart. Ino Yamanaka, Chunin, a blonde beauty that was proficient in the works of the mind. These 3 formed Team 10, led by the son of the Sandaime, Asuma Sarutobi. They formed the legendary Ino Shikacho trio. Kiba Inuzuka, a feral Chunin with a tight bond to his dog, Akamaru. Hinata Hyuga, a shy Chunin princess who loved lavender. Shino Aburame, a quiet Chunin who we do not know anything really about. These 3 formed a tracking squad dubbed Team 8. Kurenai Yuhi, Konoha's Ice Queen, led these 3. Tenten, no last name, Chunin, specializes in weapons. Rock Lee, Chunin, exuberant personality, mini-me of his sensei. Niji Hyuga, Jounin, most talent Hyuga in recent memory. Team 9 was not rookies at the time the Rookie 9 got their name, but they were adopted into the group, the Konoha 11. Team 9 was led by elite Jounin, Might Guy, a man who was unparalleled in taijutsu. Sakura Haruno, apprentice of Tsunade, Chunin, only member of Team 7 that sat at the table. Jounin sensei of Team 7 was the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, an elite Jounin who was infamous for his Sharingan. The other 2 members of Team 7 were not in the village at the time. One of the members was the topic of discussion at the moment. Say Sakura, isn't Naruto due to come back any time now? Rock Lee, the self-proclaimed eternal rival of Naruto, was wondering about the possible time of return of his rival. Sakura gained a grin as her teammate coming back was a happy discussion for her. Yes, if I am not wrong, he should be back in a few days. YOSH. I am ready to see how Naruto's flames of youth have flourished over his trip. Rock Lee then started spouting what he was going to do if he did not beat Naruto, which all of the other people blocked out. All I know is, expect the unexpected, the Nara said while picking at his food. That troublesome blonde always surprises. Konoha's #1 most unpredictable ninja, Ino stated, can never say never with that guy. Sakura nodded as all the times her teammate has surprised her comes to mind. He will be strong. I know he will. Sakura looked down at her hands, the hands she promised to help Naruto. I have gotten stronger, Naruto. You better have gotten much stronger too. Kiba looked up at the group as he started a more serious conversation. He better be. We all know what is waiting for him. Akatsuki. The group had been briefed on the terrorists' intentions. Shikamaru had figured out that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and with the entire group of the Konoha 11, approached Tsunade about it. She told them everything about his Jinchuriki status. To them, he was a valuable teammate and member of Konoha. They would fight Akatsuki together. Shino, the quiet one, spoke up. He will not have to face them alone. Why? Because he has us. Everyone nodded at this. The resolve of the group was strong. The bond was tight. You saved me, Naruto, from my darkness. You let me see the light. You will always have my support, Naruto. The one who deemed everything was fate was now determined to save the fate of his own friend. While all this was going on, a different conversation was going on in the Jonin lounge. Well, Kakashi, a bearded man drinking black tea, started addressing the one-eye silver hair man in the room in the corner reading his Ika. You are the first out of all us sensei to have your student become an A-rank ninja. How does that make you feel? Naruto's identity in the bingo book was not secretive in Konoha. Everyone knew he was the student of Jiraiya. Wowsh Kakashi, your student burns bright with the flames of youth. We must celebrate this achievement. Guy stood there, his grin radiating youth. Of course, Guy. But how about we wait until Naruto gets back so we can celebrate with him? The signature I smile came from the scarecrow. Wowsh Kakashi. Great idea. Kurenai spoke up from the corner. Do you think he is as strong as us, Kakashi? Everyone turned to look at the man who closed his eye. We will see. Jiraiya-sensei, this is Tanzaka Guy, right? I looked around at the town we were in. It was quite nice with small bars and gambling dens. Hotels littered the sides. Yes. Remember the last time we were here? I thought about the time he was referring to. Finding Tsunade, fighting Akatsuki, fighting Kabuto and Orochi. That feels like forever ago. Of course I do, how could I not? That mission was something to say the least. Jiraiya nodded his head in agreement as we found a hotel to stay at for the night. How is the next Ika coming along? Jiraiya looked at his student in surprise. Oh, so now you care about my hobbies. I looked at him sheepishly as I avoided reading Ika myself for most of the trip. Unbeknownst to him, I had read all the books. Surprisingly, they were quite good. Well, sensei, I want to see if it is better than the last ones or not. Jiraiya slowly turned to look at me. I looked at his face to see tears streaming down his face as he looked to Kami. One of my students. Appreciate my amazing literature. Thank you, Kami. I shook my head at his antics as I set my stuff down and went out to town. Come on, pervy sage. I need to get new clothes. Got it. We left the hotel to go out and get some new threads for me since my now are getting tighter. We walked to a nearby clothing store. On the way, we received lots of looks. Mainly awe from the male populace, and strange looks from females I have never seen. Jiraiya was loving the looks though. I decided to get a few black turtlenecks and a few navy as well. I got some sleeveless shirts as well to match an umbu look. I bought new black and navy pants. I got some casual clothes for civilian activities and boots and shoes for my feet. Some tape as well for my leg and ankles made me look like a great shinobi. Pretty basic if you ask me, Naruto, kind of like your father. I look at my godfather with a deadpan. Just because I do not dress like you does not mean you can make fun of my outfit. Jiraiya just held his hands up like he was innocent. Orange was my favorite color, which was why I had it put on my armor. However, training made me have my civilian attitude and business attitude, and orange did not belong in this business. I kept my treasures and shinobi equipment in my special storage seal as I walked around town with just my new clothes. Jiraiya followed me as I went to go look for a place to eat. I found the place Tsunade and I had met years ago, so I decided to eat there. Our server was nervous to talk to me, but I did not mind. She was cute. Jiraiya, let me see the manuscript. Jiraiya swallowed what was in his mouth as he handed me a book. You already have it printed? Jiraiya just nodded. I have a few books as gifts for my most loyal fans. I nodded as it was typically of authors to do so. You do not spend time with an author for 3 years without picking up things. I will give this one to Kakashi then. Jiraiya nodded as Kakashi was his biggest fan in Konoha. We just ordered and finished the night in Tenzakagai, as the next day was the day we would return. Ah, the Eternal Gate Guards, Izumo and Kotetsu. The two Chunin looked up from the papers to see Jiraiya standing there and Naruto. The two Chunin quickly fixed their gaze on the man in front of them. No longer a little genin anymore Naruto. That means no more pranks on us. Izumo's wide grin threatened to split his face. Let the runt still do them. Gives us something fun for once. Kotetsu argued against Izumo. This led to the two of them to bicker between one another like usual. Arguing like usual. Come on Jiraiya-sensei. I just shunshined to the village as Jiraiya followed me. We landed on a rooftop in the middle of the village. Sensei, I suppose we should visit Tsunade first, right? Jiraiya nodded as we decided to head off in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade, you have visitors. Tsunade, the princess of the Senju, looked away from the paperwork she was doing to look up. Hello, Grandma Tsunade. The sight made her rush to the doorway. Naruto. Tsunade rushed to hug Naruto. Since when did you get so tall? I have to stand on my toes just to reach my arms around his neck. I just scratched at the back of my head as I thought of an answer. Well, I think the bad diet from before limited my growth. Tsunade nodded, finding the reasoning solid. Ahem. A cough brought us to the presence of the other man in the room. Hello Tsunade, been a while. Great to see you again Jiraiya. However, her face turned angry, which made both of us pale. I thought you were supposed to lay low. Why is Naruto an A-rank ninja? Tsunade looked furiously at Jiraiya, who looked away, finding an interesting spot in the ceiling.
Grandma Tsunade.
Her attention turned to me. It was my fault, not sensei's. I gave away my strength during bounty collecting. Jiraiya looked at me like I was his hero while Tsunade just went to her desk as she facepalmed. Well, it really does not matter. Jiraiya, how strong is he? Tsunade grabbed a bottle of sake as she poured a glass and started drinking. Elite Jonin. He can likely go par on par with Umbu captains as well. Kakashi might have a really tough time with him. There goes the sake from Tsunade's mouth. Are you joking, Jiraiya? The sage just nodded. Tsunade looked at me, which I met with a grin. Kakashi did want to know how strong you are when you returned. Guess we will see. Shizun. Shizun came running in the room. Lady Tsunade, what do you dash? Shizun looked around the room, seeing Jiraiya and a blonde hair boy in a chair in front of Tsunade.
And then Naruto?
Hey there Shizun. I stood up, showing my pseudosis how much I have grown. Her eyes went wide. WOH Naruto. You sprouted like a weed. I grinned at her as I opened my arms and let her give me a hug. She was also surprised she had to get on her toes to hug me. Now Shizun, you need to bring Kakashi for me. Him and Naruto need to have a little spar. You got in Lady Tsunade. Now, you do not need to get me Shizun. I am already here. Everyone looked outside the window to see Kakashi standing there. His usual I smile donning my face. It has been a while, right Naruto? You are right, Kakashi-sensei. Have you been good? Kakashi just shrugged. The black cat has been avoiding me. How have you been? I already know you have gotten loads stronger. I chuckled as I figured he would have seen the bingo book. I have, and according to Lady Tsunade, we need to have a spar, so I can show you what I am made of. Kakashi nodded at this. However, I have something to spice things up. Kakashi raised his eyebrows while the two ladies looked confused. Jiraiya looked down, knowing what was going to happen. If you win, you can have this. I opened my pouch and pulled out the unreleased Ika book. Kakashi's eyes threatened to pop out his skull. If I win, you are responsible for deal. Kakashi did not even let me finish. Kakashi quit acting a fool. Naruto, what is Kakashi's end of the deal? Kakashi scratched the back of his head while I cleared my throat. As I was saying, I win, you have to train me in lightning manipulation. Kakashi was a little intrigued at this but settled on him just having an affinity for it. That is very reasonable. Let us spar tomorrow, I am sure you need rest. And I need to get ready. Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of leaves as I just laughed at his urgency. Well, someone is excited. Jiraiya laughed along with me while Tsunade got another cup of sake and drank it this time. Shizun just started doing assistant stuff around the room until Tsunade asked about how my trip went. At that, Shizun and Tsunade both listened intently to what I had to say. I regaled them stories of where I went until it started getting dark. By that point, Shizun said she needed to go while Tsunade said she needed to get back to paperwork. I excused myself after promising to tell them both more some other time. I left the two Sannin alone as Shizun left right before me. I knew what was about to happen. I am proud of you, pervy sage. I shunshined back to my apartment where I knew it to always be. There was a note on the wall which read, "Welcome back, Naruto." I grabbed the key from the spot I always hid it and opened the door. How nice of someone to clean this place for me. The apartment had been repainted, refurbished, and my plants had been kept alive. I checked the shelves to see they were stocked with ramen and other foods. The bedroom had been redone with a new bed, a TV, and other small things to make it more homey. I went to the bathroom to see new tile in the place and new amenities. I could get used to this. After my long-anticipated shower, back in my home, I laid down to let the sleep take over me. Meanwhile, Guy was in his apartment doing push-ups when his eternal rival showed up. "Kakashi, what are you doing here at this hour of the day?" Kakashi hardly ever showed up at Guy's apartment unless for something really important. "Will you train with me to fight Naruto? I have to win at all costs. I have 16 hours until it is time." You might as well have told Guy that Rock Lee can unlock the gate of death without dying. The joy that his eternal rival finally wanted to train with him was immense. With tears in his eyes, "Kakashi, of course I will train with you." Kakashi could only wonder what he got himself into. Next morning. Sakura. It was 8 in the morning, when the pink-haired girl heard a scream of her name from outside her house. She looked outside the window to see her best friend waving at her. "Ino, what are you doing here so early? Seriously? Naruto is back in town. He got back yesterday." Something washed over Sakura as the statement of her teammate being back in town brought an emotion she had not had in a while. Joy. "Where is he?" "I do not know. That is why I came to ask you, but you don't know either, so who does?" "Hold on." Sakura got dressed as she went down to talk to Ino closer. She emerged from her house in her day-to-day shinobi garb. "Let's ask Lady Tsunade. She will know." Ino nodded in agreement as they both set off for the Hokage Tower. "I do not know where Naruto is." That statement made the two girls' heads drop as the person who would definitely know did not. However, him and Kakashi will be having a fight later today. You can see him then. Ino and Sakura looked at each other before thanking Lady Tsunade and leaving the room. Everyone wants to see Naruto. That would be fun. A grin that seemed like a wolf seeing a carcass appeared on her face as she summoned Shizun for the plan. Shizun loved it as well. All that needed to happen was the steps to. "Guys, have you all heard? YOSH Kakashi-sensei and Naruto are going to have a fight in the arena. It will be most youthful to see." It was rare the entirety of the Konoha 11 gathered together 2 days in a row, but the rumors and flyers around town proved they needed to again. "I know, right? I am excited." Sakura had been waiting forever for Naruto to return. His reveal in the fight would prove to be a great way to reintroduce him. "Are we sure he can go against Kakashi-sensei though? Kakashi is one of the strongest in the village." Choji, like always, was voicing the concerns. "I do not think Lady Tsunade would match the two up if Naruto could at least not put on a show." Shikamaru made eye contact with Niji as they both knew it was very likely. As Jonin, they had access to the bingo book of Konoha. The Shirosen Kensher was Naruto and he was listed as A rank. He was likely the strongest in the group by far. His battle will prove it or not. "I guess Lady Tsunade wants to make money off this thing. She wants everyone to attend at the arena." Tenten pointed out an obvious that everyone agreed with. I believe and Naruto will win." The shy Hyuga with the massive crush voiced her opinion, which some agreed. Some were conflicted, some doubted. "Well, no point in looking for Naruto. Let's go train while we wait until it is about time to head over." The group agreed as they headed to the Team 7 training ground to waste time away until the afternoon. Who are you guys betting on? The Jonin lounge was buzzing as the flyer stood in the center of the room, the most anticipated event to date. The copy ninja Hitaki, an elite Jonin and shinobi approaching Kage level. The other side was the unconfirmed White Flash, a supposedly A-rank shinobi nobody has seen in 3 years. Genma surprisingly assured Asuma's question. If he is like the last Flash I knew, my money is on the kid. But we don't know his skills. I am going Kakashi. The man is next in line for Hokage. Naruto is young. Kakashi is getting up there. All I know is I am betting on both. I make more if Naruto wins. Either way I will make money. The chatter continued on as the buzz for the match continued to rage. You know, Grandma Tsunade, turning me into entertainment is not exactly what I imagined I would return here for. Jiraiya and I had been hiding to make my arrival a secret until after me and Kakashi fight. Now I was being forced to be a surprise gift for the village. Now kid, this is a way for you to get a promotion. You will have judges who score you, depending on your score is what your new rank will be. So I have to show off. I just gave the shameless woman a deadpan as he sipped her tea. You can if you want. Basically I have to. I really did not want to show people my tricks. Kakashi would be strong enough to force me to. I just sighed in exasperation. What is in it for me? Tsunade looked contemplative for a minute before giving me something. I looked it over before sliding it in my pocket. That is acceptable, Grandma. She just nodded as she continued sipping her tea. Say, Naruto, why have you not seen your friends yet? I miss them, but I figured this battle will reintroduce me to them in a more Uzumaki style. My signature grin adopted my face as I started walking out the room. Anything else you need, Lady Tsunade? No, Naruto, see you at the arena. The door closed as I shunshined out to a spot where I would get ready for the fight later. Naruto Uzumaki versus Kakashi Hitaki. Must-see action. The village came out to see this, the shinobi excited to see two big shots fighting, the civilians because it was ninja fighting. All in all, it was set to be spectacular. As much ninja possible were recalled to bear witness. The daimyo himself came to watch as well. Every civilian closed their stores or stopped their plans to come out. The Konoha 11 sat in the shinobi section with the other Jounins and Chunins as the crowd started to settle in. Man, can you believe this? Everyone came to see Naruto get his face pounded in the ground. Kiba, how do you know that will happen? Shikamaru, the smartest man, questioned the thoughts of his comrade. It is Naruto, the dead last. Chunin exams, 3 years ago, that ring a bell? Kiba just started spouting nonsense as Sakura sighed at the boy's antics. Inuzuka, I swear. I think we all will be surprised. The group turned to see Kurenai leading the Jounin sensei to the chairs behind the Konoha 11. I agree, Kurenai sensei. Why? Because Naruto is the most unpredictable ninja. The group nodded at that statement. He better not lose me money though. Everyone turned to see Izumo and Kotetsu holding tickets as they sat down in the section. You bet on Naruto? The Sarutobi sensei was bewildered that the Eternal Gate guards bet against the copy ninja. You bet. I guess you guys have not seen him. You will know what I mean. The group started to ponder what Kotetsu meant until a certain person of youth showed up. YOSH. The flames of youth will burn bright soon. Guy flashed a signature grin and thumbs up as he sat down in a chair next to Asuma. Ji-sensei, where have you been? Our daily exercise was lacking youth without you. Lee, I was helping my eternal rival get ready for this match, of course. He asked me to fan his flames of youth. He asked for you to help him train? Asuma's bewilderment continued to grow. Kakashi would never ask Guy to train, unless it is serious. He is taking this more serious than anything in the last few years. I am very surprised about his attitude. I do not know if this is what brought it on. Guy's uncharacteristic serious behavior threw everyone for a loop. Who is that walking out? Hinata's question pulled the group out of its loop as a man with a senbon and a bandana. Hello Konoha spectators. I am Gunma Shiranui and am the proctor of this match. Rules are fight ends when one opponent is incapacitated, surrenders, or is unable to continue by my discretion. Since this is friendly spar, no killing or maiming. Will Kakashi Hatake and Naruto Uzumaki please come down to the field? For a minute nobody showed up. Murmurs started going around the crowd. Where is Kakashi-sensei and Naruto? The pink-haired girl voiced the opinion of everyone. With that, everyone heard a crack of lightning. In the middle of the arena, a bolt of lightning struck the ground. It was so bright. Everyone had to close their eyes or look away. When the light faded, in his glory, they all saw Kakashi Hatake. This one, though, was different. He was dressed in his Umbu captain uniform. He was intimidating to say the least. The most he ever has been in most of the people's eyes. The Konoha 11's eyes were all bugged out at the sudden change of demeanor in the usually slouched and nonchalant man. Whoa! Asuma's words summed the crowd's thoughts up. Yo! Ah, the vocabulary we are accustomed to. Where's Naruto? Thought he would be here. On cue, everyone heard it. A loud howl erupted from the distance. They all turned in that direction to see a giant white wolf flying through the sky. Its chakra figure was menacing as it headed in the direction of the stadium. What the hell is that? What in the name of Kami-sama? The wolf eventually reached the stadium as it crashed into the dirt of the arena. Dirt and smoke filled the arena as everyone started coughing from the residues. No way. Is that Dash? Naruto Uzumaki, reporting to the fight. I decided to use my yang chakra to build a construct of a wolf to enter the arena. I knew Kakashi would have a flashy entrance, so I had to match it equally. I stood in the middle of the arena, dressed in my battle wear, or as Jiraiya called it, war fit. I donned my armor over a black turtleneck and had black pants with white tape keeping the leg sleeves tight. I had black boots on the feet and fingerless gloves on the hands. My samurai belt held up my katana and pouches, while on the back I had my twin kodachi. My headband was on proud display for all to see. Naruto Uzumaki, reporting to the fight. I looked up to see my sensei, in Umbu gear, looking at me in surprise. Genma gave me a look that I did not process. I looked around the stadium as Genma continued processing what he saw. The crowd's stunned silence told me everything I knew. Wonder what my friends are thinking right now. The Konoha 11 could not believe their eyes. Naruto looked like nothing of the Naruto that left the village. The one that left was loud, bright, short, and not very cool. The one in the arena was tall, serious, screamed power, and was really cool. TT, that's and Naruto? Ino's words were what was going through everyone's minds. Someone came back quite different. Asuma picked the cigarette off the ground as it fell out in shock. Naruto. Sakura looked at her teammate that was scanning the crowds when suddenly she saw his eyes fall on their group. The eyes that looked so calculating gained the same warmth she remembered they had before. You are not as different as you look. The crowd was buzzing as the sight of the young hyperactive orange ninja was replaced with the black, all-powerful ninja. This is going to be better than some of us thought. Why? Because Naruto just proved his unpredictability. You troublesome bastard, you might be even better than your bingo book entry. YOSH Naruto, show your flames of youth. Yes, Lee. We need to cheer our youthful rivals on in this riveting display of youth. Yes, Guy-sensei. The group zoned out the two estranged males in green as Gunma started talking again. Again, the rules of the match are simple, no killing or maiming. I will decide the match when either I see one is unable to continue or if one forfeits. Are you two ready? Both occupants nodded. Then let the battle commence. The crowd roared in anticipation. You believe that this boy can stand up to Kakashi, Tsunade? The fire daimyo sat with Tsunade at the top of the arena as they watched in anticipation for the scene to unfold below. Jiraiya said he can, so I guess we will see if Jiraiya speaks the truth or not. The fire daimyo nodded as he fanned himself. I always liked Jiraiya. I guess I will trust his words. Seems like you have gone all out, Kakashi-sensei. The former Umbu captain just chuckled as he clipped on his mask with his signature Inu mask. I have to win what you offered. I nodded as we both slid into our stances. I went into my frog kata as he slid into a stance of his own. I dropped my new resistance seals, as I knew I would have to use maximum speed to keep up with Kakashi. Begin. At those words, Kakashi and I disappeared in a flash as our initial battle of taijutsu started the battle off. Whoa! The Chunin of the Konoha 11 saw that Naruto was matching Kakashi's speed with ease, which surprised them. I thought he would at least struggle, but he is fully keeping up. Kurenai watched as Naruto met Kakashi punch and kick equally. It was an impressive taijutsu bout. Naruto is doing very well. He might be able to land a hit if Kakashi did not use his Sharingan. Kakashi is more experienced and has faster reaction. However, Naruto's unpredictability is actually making the Sharingan less advantageous in counterattacking. Guy was watching with very intent eyes as he spotted the two on the fight floor. The taijutsu master could break down any taijutsu battle known. The group saw what Guy was talking about as Naruto would usually switch up his attack while attacking, throwing chaos into his style. Kakashi's guard did not break once as he blocked or parried every single strike. Why are they just using taijutsu right now? They are feeling each other's speed right now, Ino. Asuma looked at the young boy who was challenging one of the best shinobi in the village. What is that? Kiba's holler brought everyone to laser focus on the fight as white chakra started to envelop Naruto. Kakashi and I were at a stalemate. That is where I decided to show off where I got the name White Flash. My yang chakra started to envelop me as I let it flow out of my body. I saw Kakashi's eyes widen as he felt the power I was radiating now. I poured yang chakra in a leg kick as Kakashi tried blocking it. His mistake was trying to block it as he was sent flying across the arena. He righted himself before landed and dusted his clothes off. What is that chakra, Naruto? I stood up straight, ready to announce one of my trump cards.
Pure yang chakra.
Every Jounin's eyes widened as they understood what strength that statement carried. Call it an Uzumaki specialty. What is so powerful about yang chakra, Asuma-sensei? Choji stopped eating his chips as the battle warranted full attention. Guy spoke up to explain. Chakra is both yang and yin combined. Yang is the physical while yin is spiritual. Generally, clan jutsu either use chakra with a higher portion of yang or yin in their chakra. Yang-only chakra would boost one's physical attributes to some of the highest in the world. I would not be surprised if it is equal to opening 2 to 3 gates. That made the Chunin realize truly how powerful that yang chakra is. Whoa! That word was the most spoken word that day. Kakashi recovered the fastest as he chuckled. I suppose I will have to pull out a trump card of my own. His body started having small bolts of lightning spark off his body. Not as good as the rakeage, but it works well. Let's see if it can keep up then. I debated on whether to use the kodachis or the katana, and I decided I would use both. A change in swords would make his defense falter. I gathered chakra up for my flash step as I placed a hand on my katana. I flash stepped in an instant as unsheathing my sword I swipe at Kakashi, who barely reacted in time with his own sword off his back. However, like before, my strike was a lot stronger, and Kakashi was forced onto his back leg as my sword started to weigh down on him. TCCH. Kakashi used a seal-less kawarimi as he got out from our deadlock. I looked over to see where he ended up seeing him standing there with his hands in a seal. Lightning was sent in my direction. I dodged it with my superior speed and blitzed Kakashi with my sword. I flowed gracefully, trying to get an angle on Kakashi. Kakashi was not on my level, but his reaction time being faster than mine meant he did not need to beat me, just for an opening to end the sword fighting. We danced for a minute, my blade cutting him slightly a few times. On the 5th cut, I sheathed my katana as I grabbed both kodachis. The twin swords radiated with a hum as my yang chakra filled them with life. Power exploded from me as I went after Kakashi with a new vigorous rhythm. Kakashi would later tell me that each swing felt like getting hit by an elephant. The swords lacked the grace of the katana, but their power together was almost unrivaled by any swords. My slashes would be too much for Kakashi as he would be forced to dodge or parry. The parries were not good enough to stop me for long. The parries would result in his blade getting chips and wear. How about we switch to ninjutsu, Naruto? Kakashi asked me while he gained a little distance away from me. Sure, sensei. My white chakra started dying down as I got prepared for the largest ninjutsu battle of my life.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
I summoned 3 clones, as they preoccupied Kakashi while I built up chakra for one of my largest jutsu in my arsenal. Kakashi handled them quickly as he then started to head to my position, but he was a second too late.
Kamikaze kami no ikari.
I exhaled a magnificent amount of wind that eventually settled into 3 separate tornadoes. I controlled them as I sent them towards Kakashi, who was frantically dodging them. The object of this jutsu was to summon clouds in the sky, potentially clouds with lightning. I finally felt that one of the clouds had what I needed, so I let the winds rage as I summoned 3 clones to perform my biggest collaboration jutsu to date. A combination of fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning, the 5-element destroyer. A feat very few in history could do and continue fighting, the last one the god of shinobi. Kakashi and all, bear witness. The lightning struck in the middle as the tornadoes all came together, a combination of fire, earth, and water hitting them. The lightning crashing down as well hit the other 4 elements. A flashing light appeared in the middle as it all came to one. A blinding light took over the arena, as everyone looked away from the light. It took a few seconds for it to fade. What on Kami's green earth are we witnessing? If the Konoha 11 was not surprised by Naruto's display yet, they were now. The Jonin in the stands were not faring any better. So let me get this straight, so far he is as good as Kakashi in Taijutsu, better than him in Kenjutsu, and can use all 5 nature transformations as well as pure yang. What can he not do? Kotetsu's statement really summed up the thoughts of everyone in the stands. Naruto, how far ahead are you from all of us? Sakura started second-guessing her skills over the last few years. What she seemed to be amazing process, her teammate has proved was nothing compared to his progress. And he has not even used the QB either. Does he have anything left to show honestly? Kiba could not have said anything truer. Kakashi, how did you escape from that? I sensed the man pop up on my radar seemingly out of nowhere. He looked a little worse for wear, but he was pretty fine all things considered. That will remain a mystery for now, Naruto. Kakashi took the offense as I tried recovering chakra from my last jutsu. I used my katana to stay on the defense as his ruthless offense did not allow me recovery.
Kage bunsin no jutsu.
Going back to an old strategy of mine, I tried summoning clones to overwhelm Kakashi while I continued to collect chakra again. The clones hardly stood a chance as Kakashi was a lot more vicious now than before. 3, 2, 1. I bit my thumb as I now had enough chakra to summon. Kuchios, Taiten. A large humanoid figure raised out of the ground as lava spilled from his joints. Rise Titan, protector of volcanoes, champion of Yuzu, guardian of the spirit, arise to glory. The Titan was dark brown and stood at 80 feet in height. He roared as he held his hands up and sent lava flying towards Kakashi. Kakashi was once again on the back pedal as the lava attacks were fast enough that he did not have time to pause. I was so focused that I did not see him substitute with a shadow clone he spawned, nor did I see him weave the signs for a lightning jutsu. Raikiri! I whipped my head around to see a lightning blade heading my direction. I was forced to jump off and watch as he shut down my Titan summoning with his lightning jutsu. The Titan sunk back down into the earth as it crumbled to pieces. You are definitely a lot better, Naruto. You are a lot better than you lead on as well, Kakashi-sensei. He just shrugged as we both got ready to resume our fight once again. For the match, there were 3 judges for Naruto's performance. One was Ibiki Marino, head of the torture department in T. The second one was Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the intelligence department in T. Lastly, Shikaku Nara, Jonin commander. All 3 were highly praised and respected, their high positions in the village being the reason they were selected for this judging position now. Talent and skill-wise, he is elite Jonin almost Kage level. His strategy is also very solid and is quite a battle monster. I think Jonin is very easy. If his leadership is good as well, elite Jonin is certainly possible in a year. Ibiki nodded at that statement while Shikaku had his eyes closed. He is actually a lot more strategic than it looks at first glance. We will see how much of a strategic mind he is after, but I think he might be a diamond in the rough. Shikaku did not take his eyes off the field as the other two exchanged glances. Shikaku must be seeing something spectacular for him to praise Naruto in that way. Can't believe that is the runt from 3 years ago screaming about being Hokage. He continues down this path, he will carry it through. Katan, Zukaku. I launched a severing fire at Kakashi as he narrowly dodged. I switched signs immediately as I sent an earth jutsu at him designed to get him stuck. Doton, Doryu Taiga. The earth turned to mud as it caught Kakashi in a bind as the mud flowed. Kakashi needed to kawarimi out of that spot, and I knew that. I got ready for my white flash as I waited for him to substitute. There! I used my yang chakra at full speed to launch my fastest speed attack to date. I anticipated where he would wind and launched in that direction with fist. My prediction was spot on as I hit Kakashi dead on with a heavy punch. My excitement faded as Kakashi puffed into smoke, and a lightning hand came up and popped me in the face. Boom! I hit the other side of the arena hard, as the lightning punch hit extremely hard. How do I beat him dash? You cannot, Naruto. I get out of my thoughts as I see Kakashi walking towards me calmly. I know you are thinking of how you can beat me, but you cannot. I gritted my teeth as I continued to think. Oh, how do you know that, Sensei? Sensei just shrugged as he got a kunai out for close-range combat. Well, there is one crazy idea. I launched at Kakashi again with a kunai of my own. We launched into a flurry of taijutsu until I landed a solid hit on Kakashi. Then I landed another, a kick to the chin. Humph. I see what you were doing, Naruto. That is pretty clever. I grinned in satisfaction as I did not stop my relentless attack. By activating my resistance seals mid-punch or kick, I would slow myself down enough that Kakashi's Sharingan would be off rhythm when trying to block. Kakashi pulled his regular Hitai 8 out of his pouch as he covered up his Sharingan. What ensued was pure taijutsu, no enhancements, no jutsu, just hands. It was one of the peak levels of shinobi, 2 high-grade ninjas using just the basic fundamentals of kicking, punching, and blocking to try and get an upper hand. It was a show, a very thing all would remember. The highest level of taijutsu witnessed by most. I was faster than Kakashi as my younger body was much more active. However, Kakashi was stronger and had much better reaction time and experience, meaning we were both struggling to get hits. Eventually, Kakashi got me with feint and striked me hard in the face, which sent me rolling. I stood back up and dusted my clothes off as I realized it was time to end this. One last go, Kakashi. I held my hand out as blue chakra started swirling in my hand. Let us go then, Naruto. Kakashi held out his hand as blue lightning encased his hand. Rasengan. Raikiri. We both disappeared in an instant, both traveling towards the halfway point in between us. For a second, when I saw Kakashi only a foot away, I felt time freeze. The man looked determined, but yet seemed to have a ghost of a smile being hidden behind his mask. The student will always be the student until he surpasses his master. Thank you for everything, Sensei. The two jutsu hit each other as a bright light encased both fighters, shielding the crowd from knowing what happened. Kakashi. Naruto. The crowd was worried and amazed at the high pinnacle of shinobi arts being shown now. However, the bright light flashing showed nobody the results. Who won? Kiba the impatient as always. I can't look, my Byakugan would be blinded by the light. Niji was equally impatient, but showing it was below his standards. Let's go, Naruto. The quieter Hyuga whispered in her mind as she held her hands together in anticipation. A gasp escaped them all as the light dissipated and the smoke cleared out. The Konoha 11 were in the hospital looking for Naruto as they wanted to talk to their friend again finally. What room is he in, Shizune? 207 on the end, Sakura. Sakura, leading the pack, led the group to the end of the hall where they found room 207. They opened the door to see Naruto, shirtless, with water dripping off of him and a towel around his waist. Hinata passed out. Half the guys looked away and the other half either groaned or facepalmed. One except was Lee, who was spouting nonsense. The other 3 girls are blushed at the sight. Not knocking. Of course, Sakura. You know, Sakura, it is rude to barge in without knocking. Especially, since I do not have clothes on right now. I gestured to my toned upper body as I went to grab my spare clothes to change. Hold on, let me get dressed. I disappeared back into the bathroom to leave the Konoha 11 back alone. The girls were whispering together, and the boys were talking amongst themselves too. How did Naruto get so jacked? Dude is shredded. Kiba the dog boy was content with keeping his thoughts amongst everyone. Shikamaru just shrugged in annoyance. That troublesome kid is not so small anymore. Isn't that hard to understand? The girls were having a different conversation. Sakura, since when did your teammate become such a super stud? Ino voiced the question all four girls had. Yeah, and he's not just super hot, but super strong and uses swords. Tenten had stars in her eyes. Hinata was back to life again, but her face was super red just from thinking about what she saw. Sakura was speechless too. This will have to be a conversation for tomorrow, girls. The image of her teammate being a super hunk prevented her from talking too much. When I walked back out, everyone's attention immediately went to me as I went to go sit down in my bed. I was calmly sipping my tea as they started crowding around my bed. Naruto, when did you get so strong? Where did you go on your trip? What was that white chakra? I sighed at the rapid fire of questions as I set my tea down. One at a time, please, you first, Shikamaru. Troublesome bastard. Since when did you get so smart and calm? I raised my eyebrow at the Nara who just decided to give me a deadpan. Haven't I always been smart and calm? There was a snort at my question as everyone shook their heads no. I trained under the samurai for a while. The general decided I needed to gain a firmer grasp of my emotions to be better in combat. He made me go through tons of meditation, haha. Meditation, wow, Naruto, did not take you for a sissy. Kiba's jab earned a glare from the girls at the insinuated insult to women, and I just sipped my tea. Kiba, you know every Hokage before us meditated. You saying they are sissies? Kiba went pale as his jabbering got everyone annoyed. *I. Okay, be quiet now. Does that answer your question, Shika? Shika nodded as I pointed at Choji to go next. Where all did you go, Naruto? Wind, whirlpool, frost, iron, and fong. I left out MT Myoboku as they would not know. What was the best food on the trip? I laughed as I thought about all the food. Fong had really good bear meat. Choji nodded as I pointed at Tenten next. What are those swords you have? Of course, the weapon enthusiastic wanted to know. They are sacred treasures of the Uzumaki clan. I retrieved them while I was in Whirlpool here. I grabbed the katana and gave it to her. I saw the calmness wash over her as it does to me. This feels incredible. The awe in her eyes could not be measured on normal scales. It is. The other two swords were wielded by the greatest swordsman in Uzumaki history. I pointed at the two kodachis, which further awed the brown bun girl. We should spar sometime. I want to see how good you are really for myself. I will take you up on that offer sometime. Tenten nodded with a light dusting of pink on her cheek as I continued answering questions. Lee asked about my taijutsu, which I told him about my taijutsu training throughout the trip. Ino asked me what my plans were for when I got out. I told her I would let her know when I figured it out myself. I found myself a little flustered at her suggestive wink, but I continued on smoothly. Niji asked if we could spar, which I said of course. Hinata did not ask a question. I would have to talk to her. Kiba was still embarrassed from early, so he hid himself, but Akamaru gave me a lick on the face. Shino asked why no more orange. I responded with a super shinobi. It isn't fit for a ninja. Sakura did not ask one, but I knew I just needed to wait until everyone else left. Light conversation filled the room as it started getting later in the night. One by one, the Konoha 11 started to leave. At the end, only Sakura and I were left. We all know about your burden and of the Akatsuki. I turned to her in surprise as she looked outside the window. She turned to me, showing her face full of relief and a sad smile. We all knew you would have to face monsters, and we were going to help you take them on. It looks like you will not need much of our help though. I sat up and got up to look with her outside the window. I towered over her. She stood at 5 feet 3 inches while I was at 5 feet 11 inches now. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and pulled her into a side hug. Thank you. For what, Naruto? for caring and accepting me. You and the rest. It is not you guys fight though. Sakura looked a little angry after I said that. It is our fight. You are our friend Naruto. Do not be selfish and think that you have to take them on alone. I just shook my head. Sakura, like you said, they are monsters. I do not want you guys to dash. Why do you think so little of us? Her voice was barely a whisper, but I looked down to see tears start to fall. Just because you came back a lot stronger does not mean we did not get stronger either. Sakura dash. And oh, Naruto, if it was anyone else in your position, you would not live with not helping. You would risk your life to help someone like me or Shikamaru 10 days out of 10. You need to start trusting people with your problems, Naruto. Remember our promise before you left. Be strong to take on the world. And remember Haku's words and your ninja way. Strength comes from protecting your precious people. I will never go back on my word. Sakura grabbed my arm and looked me dead in the eyes. You are precious to me, Naruto. You are dear to all of us. Let us be strong together and let us protect all of us. I looked down at her pleading eyes. Okay, Sakura, we will together. She reached around my waist in a hug as I gave her one too. We broke it after a second, as we both sat down and discussed what has happened over the last 3 years until the sun started to rise, signaling a new day. As the judges of Naruto Uzumaki's skills in his recent skirmish, we would like to say we find Uzumaki to have the skills needed to be a Jounin with possible chances of elite Jounin in 6 months. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Ibiki stood in the Hokage's office with Tsunade as the discussion of Naruto's possible promotion was the topic. Explain Shikaku. His control over 5 elements with no issue makes him Kage level in just ninjutsu, with his chakra reserves that was decided to be predetermined for him. However, his hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship certainly make him more well-rounded as well. His ability to control pure yang chakra is something very few can do as well. He also displayed great strategy and battle IQ. He shows everything that a Konoha Jounin should have. Tsunade nodded as she looked over the official documents to make Naruto Uzumaki a Jounin. Well, since you think he should become one of yours, I hereby declare Naruto Uzumaki as Jounin. Stamp. Here is the newest Jounin. I walked into the Jounin lounge to see the Jounin senseis talking all together. This place is not what you cracked it up to be, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi just shrugged his shoulders. Ma, it was supposed to be motivation. Did not think you could get Jounin before I did. I just laughed as I made myself a cup of tea and sat down, the new Jounin vest making me look like my father more than ever. Say Naruto, since neither of us won, how about we both do our sides of the deal? I nodded as I handed him the Ika book. It is the best read yet. Kakashi nodded as he put it away for now. We can work on lightning nature transformation tomorrow. Ahem. Me and Kakashi turned around to see Asuma and Kurenai looking at us too with different expressions. Naruto, how can you not do lightning nature transformation if you used lightning in the battle yesterday? Asuma was curious how. It was natural lightning. The hot air in the swirling tornado summoned real thunder clouds. I just had to guide lightning from the cloud to the center. This shocked the 2 Jounin sensei who had not thought of that possibility. Genius. That is very smart, Naruto. About your wind nature too. Is that your primary affinity? I nodded at Asuma's question. You seem to have a firm grasp on it. I bet it's a strong one. I have one too, but I do not think I am able to do half the wind jutsu you used. Well, let me just say, something helped make my affinity stronger. Asuma had a questioning glance, but did not ask anything yet. What are your plans now, Naruto? I thought carefully over Kurenai's question. I do not know yet. I guess missions and training. Kurenai nodded as we fell into comfortable silence for a minute. That was until Guy came into the room. Then it became apparent that silence would not happen again as all the Jounin sensei listened to stories from Naruto about his trip. Okay, girls. Ino, Tenten, Hinata, and Sakura were at a local sushi place where they loved to gossip. Naruto. The topic today, Naruto. Why did the little hyperactive shrimp come back the hottest stud our age? Ino could still see the body the blonde boy had. It made her shiver. He trained hard. Sakura also could not get the image out of her head, but the recent interaction with Naruto solidified their sibling bond they shared. She did not see Naruto as a possible romantic option. I agree, Ino. Tenten's mind was aligned with Ino, a stud who was also incredible with swords. Count her in all day. Guys, Hinata is the one who had the crush on Naruto for years. The three girls turned to Hinata, who had been quietly listening to the conversation. I do not like him anymore. What? The whole table of girls were incredulous at the statement. Hinata poked her fingers together as she started explaining. Well, he's not cute anymore. Sure, he is super hot, but he is not the Naruto I liked anymore. Sakura nodded as Ino and Tenten just looked dumbfounded still. The two locked eye contact as they knew what that meant now. You or me? Sakura dropped her head as she knew that the two would now be in a fight for Naruto's hand. You know, Pervy Sage, I could totally buy a new house. Jiraiya and I were in my small apartment, discussing just whatever came to mind. Yeah, you do have all that money from the bounty hunting. It would also be nice to be out of something that is so dank. I snorted as I looked around the home the Sandame had given me when I turned 6. Good times. The dream that I had after the battle with Sasuke in the Valley of the End still sat with me. The idea that the old man entrusted me with his legacy. It was a big motivation for me. I guess I can go look for one before the end of the day. I got up to go leave the apartment in search of a person who can find me a house. I walked around the village a bit before finding a realtor sign in the middle of town. Hello? Anyone here? I looked around the clean setup of the shop that was full of scrolls. Just a moment. A shorter man walked out from a room in the back as he came to the desk to see me standing in the center, observing the shop. Ah, Naruto, welcome to Bodhi's realtor. To what do I owe the pleasure? You know me already, Mr. Bodhi? He nodded as he pulled out a flyer of the spar I had a day ago. Everyone knows who you are now. I nodded as I got down to business with the man. I want a house. Where at? Besides wanting a house, I am not sure on anything yet. Bodhi chuckled as he pulled out a piece of paper. You are not the first that comes in here not knowing what they want. Now just answer these questions. I answered a series of questions as to what I wanted, everything from functionality to color. I might have a house just for you, follow me. We left the shop and headed towards the north side of Konoha, between the Nara and Yamanaka clan districts. This house should be perfect for you. It was a small plot of land that laid in its own little clearing of trees. It was 2 stories with a brownish and white exterior. It was wooden mostly, resembling a sort of house like the Nara clan has. Inside, it had a well-furnished living room, spacious kitchen, luxury bathrooms, and a large dining room. There was a hidden basement, which Bodhi said would be perfect for shinobi business. Upstairs had 3 bedrooms with a few luxury bathrooms. There were also rooms unfurnished, which Bodhi said was up for my own designation. Out back is where Bodhi said the perfection came. One of the few training grounds that you can find at a residential place. Perfect for you shinobi to get in some training. Along with that is the hot tub, which is perfect for relaxing and recovery. It is quite a large one, can hold almost 20 people in fact. How much, sir, for the place? He handed me a ticket which made me whistle at the number. Yeah, I know Naruto, but this place is definitely worth it. I nodded as I looked around once more. I will give you the money in a week. He nodded with a smile as we started discussing smaller things. He eventually walked off as we got together a solid plan for moving and furnishing just a little more. 7 million Rio is quite a lot. Raiga's bounty luckily paid so much. I went back to my apartment to get Jiraiya to show him my new place. Unfortunately, he was not there, so I made a note to find him tomorrow. I talked to my landlord and went to the mission office to pay for a D-rank mission to have Jonin move my things. I guess Kakashi can train me in my new house. Report. Mission went flawless. Enemies were incapacitated before they could react. We took out everyone with a breath, then destroyed the base. I looked at Tsunade as she looked over my group as I was chosen to be the debriefer. Well, good work then. I presume the town gave you the payment? I handed her the scroll with the money as I stepped back into line. It had been 2 weeks since I got back into the village, and I had just completed my second mission since returning. With the help of Niji and Genma, we took out a small group of missing nin that were causing trouble in the Land of Rivers. It was an A-rank mission that was completed by us without flaw. The mission before this was also completed flawless. It was a solo mission to the Land of Grass to capture a corrupt village leader. It was quite easy for a B rank. Alright, good work, squad. You 3 are dismissed. The other 2 bowed and left while I stayed in my spot. Tsunade looked back up to see me standing there and raised an eyebrow. I just moved to sit in one of the chairs across from her. Can I get the things left to me from my father and mother? I am sure you know where they are. I just need your permission. Tsunade sighed as she nodded. Follow me. She led me to Bello the Hokage mansion as we arrived at a special room. Tsunade put her hand on a vault door as it glowed in response. It opened and she led me in. This is the Hokage legacy room. We keep important things that related to each Hokage in here. My personal notes on my forehead seal are the only thing I have in here. Minato's things are in the boxes underneath the symbol of the 4th. I walked over there as I found 2 boxes. Must not have been much of a materialistic man. I opened them to find plenty of journals. I opened the first journal I could grab and saw it was the notes over the Rasengan. Incomplete jutsu? I went through the other journals to find notes over plenty of other jutsu of his. More than half, however, was Fuinjutsu. It is not that I did not want to learn Fuinjutsu, it was just that I needed to be very proficient to use Fuinjutsu in battle, and with the Akatsuki on our tails, I did not have the time to dedicate my studies to learning Fuinjutsu. After this Akatsuki business, I will be able to learn it, Dad. I grabbed all the things pertaining not to Fuinjutsu as I went back to Tsunade. Got everything, Naruto? I nodded as I followed her out the vault. Now you know you cannot let any of those get into anyone else's hand? I nodded again as she shut the vault. Now what about my mother? Tsunade just signaled to me to follow her, which she led me to the Senju residency. The Uzumaki and Senju were very close, me and could be related close. When Kushina passed away, Sensei told me that he would move the legacies of your mother to my clan grounds, as it would be most secure there since the Senju residence resided just besides the Hokage Tower. We arrived at the large Senju compound, which was completely wooden and bare. Tsunade led me to a room in the compound, where once again, a seal only letting Tsunade in was present. We walked in to see the room was smaller than the Hokage legacy vault, but there were a few things in there. Kushina did not have much. Most of the Uzumaki legacy had already been found by you. Anything in here will be Kushina's own. I looked over everything in there, and she was right. And there was either something I had seen in the Uzumaki clan vault in Yuzu or was Fuinjutsu, which once again had no use for me right now. Thank you anyway for bringing me here, Grandma. Tsunade just rolled her eyes as we walked back out. I need to get back to work, kid. Take a rest for the next few days. I nodded, signaling my compliance to her order as we both shunshined to our own respective places. How is the first step coming along, Naruto? Kakashi and I were in the back of my house. My clones are getting close. In the field, 100 clones were concentrating on the leaves they had in front of them. You are getting it quite quick, Naruto. I have learned 5 transformations. I should be getting it by now. Kakashi and I sat in comfortable silence as we just watched the clones slowly get better one at a time. It only took 1 hour for the first clone to get the leaf to wrinkle into a ball. It was now just mastering that technique with all clones. Well, since you have the first step of lightning transformation, we can start learning jutsu and the second step. I nodded as we both started walking back into my house. Kakashi had the habit now of spending late nights at my house some nights. I did not mind, it just brought me and Kakashi closer. Have you thought about joining Umbu, Naruto? I looked at the man in surprise as I took in what he said. No, why? He just shrugged. I think it will make you a lot more battle strong. I looked at my sensei as I digested what he said. I guess I can give it thought. I never once thought of myself as a player in the shadows. Kakashi hummed in agreement at my statement. As the silence started to take over the night, my clones all popped, giving me the experience I gained. Say Naruto. I looked at Kakashi, who broke our silence. When you going to throw a party? I just laughed at the man as I went inside to grab tea. Soon probably, as long as I do not get a crazy mission soon. Kakashi-sensei, how are we going to beat him? Ino, Choji, and Kakashi stared down the man Kakuzu, who was going all out right now. The group was worn down, their chakra low. I do not dash. Leave him to me. The three looked in the sound of the voice to see me standing there, my signature armor donning me. Naruto, you finished dash. I turned and nodded at Kakashi as I stuck my hand out. Just watch. Ino and Choji were confused by what Naruto was talking about. Kakashi-sensei, what did he finish? Like he said, just watch. I stared down Kakuzu as I got ready for my jutsu. The Kyuubi brat, you being here now saves me the trouble of finding you myself. You will not be taking me now, feel this. I held my hand as a Rasengan started forming. Next thing everyone heard is a screeching sound, for white blades started whirling around the Rasengan. Futon. Rasen Shuriken. I took off towards Kakuzu, who tried to avoid it. He, however, was unable to with a little clone trickery. I laid the jutsu into him as his body was shredded internally by the wind chakra of the Rasengan. Whoa! The trio closest to me looked at the massive dome of chakra as it continued to swirl. What level is Naruto on now? Seems he has surpassed me once again. You would be proud, Minato-sensei. This guy. Eventually, the dome dissipated as Kakuzu fell into the large crater. I shined down to the center to find him lying there, broken. Your time has long been up, old man. Return to ashes. With that, I dropped a Rasengan to his chest, finishing off his last heart. I grabbed his head and left the crater as I met up with the rest of the team. Where is Shikamaru? Right here. I turned around to see the lazy Nara, walking out of the shaded tress back toward the rest. I guess you took care of the one called Haydn? He nodded as he took a breath of a cigarette. He threw it down to the ground and stomped on it. He has been avenged now. The group got a little somber at the thought of the fallen sensei. Let us return now. Kakashi leaped off and let the rest of Team 10 and I follow in suit. Once we got in the trees, Ino decided to ask a question, however. Naruto, what was that jutsu? The Rasengan was created by my D-dash, the fourth Hokage. It was incomplete, however, and I finished it. The Rasengan is the pinnacle of shape manipulation but lacked elemental manipulation. By adding the wind element, it achieves the pinnacle of jutsu creation. Ino and Choji focused on the fact that Naruto had made a super jutsu that the fourth did not, while Shikamaru focused on a different thing. He almost called Lord Fourth something else. Sounded almost like he was about to say dad. If this troublesome blonde is the son of the fourth, there is an uncanny resemblance. It almost makes sense. The fourth sealing the Kyuubi into his own son makes the most sense too. This guy gets more troublesome by the second. Naruto, is your father dash? I looked at Kakashi as my sensei made eye contact with me. A silent conversation happened in an instant. Yes. Ino and Choji looked confused at Shikamaru and I as we continued tree hopping. I looked at Kakashi-sensei, who just shrugged in my direction. Naruto, who is your father? I thought you did not know? I sighed as I knew now the cat was about to be out the bag. It was hidden from me due to my father being a legend that people hated so much that they would do anything to kill his offspring. My dad was the fourth Hokage. The trip back was mostly quiet, with a few words being said. The shock of my ancestry surprised Team 10, rendering them unable to speak. I just talked to Kakashi sparingly about various shinobi things. We eventually arrived in the village where Kakashi said he will report to the Hokage. Shikamaru left saying he needed to go play shogi, while Choji said he was hungry, leaving Ino and I together by ourselves. Naruto, you want to go eat together? I was a little confused as me and Ino have not spoken in a while, at least in the last month I have been back in the village. Sure, where at Ino? Why not Ichiraku? I have not eaten there, so I guess I need to see the hype for myself. You will love it, Ino. I led her towards the stand, it being a little awkward as we walked in silence. We arrived there to see the stand empty for dinner. Old man, 2 miso for me. Got it, Naruto. Tucci walked out from the cooking kitchen in the back to see Naruto and a female friend next to him. Say, Naruto, who is the girl? Your girlfriend. Ino blushed while I chuckled as I shook my head no. Nope, but she is a new customer. Her name is Ino. She graduated with me from the academy. We just got back from our mission. Tucci nodded as he introduced himself to Ino, who did the same. I will have a miso myself, Mr. Tucci. Tucci nodded, leaving Ino and I alone again. Naruto, how did you get so strong? I got out of my thoughts at Ino's question to look at her. She seemed very curious about it. There are people that out to get me. I have to get stronger to survive. Is it scary knowing those monsters are out to get you, Naruto? The concerned look Ino gave me sparked a feeling in my chest I did not know. Sometimes, but I cannot just roll over and let them kill me. I have to foil their plans or else who knows what. Tucci brought our food out after that, which ended our conversation early. We got into a more comfortable silence as we began eating. You are right. This is very good, Naruto. I nodded enthusiastically as I continued slurping my food. Naruto dash. I looked over at Ino as I saw her looking down at her food. Thank you. I got confused as I did not know what she was thanking me for. For what, Ino? She raised her head for me to see tears on the edge of her eyes. We had a chance of dying today. We probably would have died, Choji and I. We were in over our heads and on the brink of chakra exhaustion, and you just showed up and wiped the guy who almost killed us out with one jutsu. I felt totally useless. Ino had small tears falling from her eyes by the end. In truth, I did not know what to say. They were in over their heads, and if Kakashi was not there, they would have died immediately. I do not know what came over me, but I grabbed Ino's hand as she looked at me in surprise. Ino, all that matters is you did live. Maybe it was a bad idea, yes, but nobody died or get seriously hurt. The positive of the missions outweighed the negatives. You have the chance to get better still. I have faith you can, Ino. I gave her a thumbs up and a wide grin as I tried my best to reassure you. Thank you, Naruto. Ino looked at me now with a small smile as she squeezed my hand reassuringly. How cute. Ino and I whipped our heads around to see Ayam looking at us with hearts in her eyes. The thought of her little brother getting a lady filling her heart with joy. Ino and I let our hands go and coughed with a blush on our faces. We looked at each other, furthering our blushes. When are the babies coming? I want to be an aunt. With that, Rio was tossed on the counter as me and Ino were gone in a blur. Tucci and Ayam laughed at the response of the two teens. Let me walk you home. Ino and I were walking through the streets at night as we left Ichiraku. No, it's okay, Naruto. I rolled my eyes as I flicked her on the shoulder. Do not argue, just lead the way. How could I not walk a woman home after she makes me company? Especially if it is a friend. Look who is such a chivalrous gentleman. Guess the trip spent not only made you stronger but a better man. You might get a really good girlfriend if you act like this. I just scratched the back of my head at the praise. I did not get praise growing up much, so this was just a tic I developed. Ino and I walked for a bit at a leisure pace as we just talked about times. It was nice. Eventually, we arrived at a decent-sized house with the lights still on. We arrived on the doorstep when I said something that made Ino laugh as the door opened up before we knocked. You know, Ino, I was wondering why you arrived at the village a few hours ago. You were taking a while to get home. Ino pales while I look into the face of the head of the interrogation department, Inoichi Yamanaka. Dad, I can dash. Naruto, great to see you again. I assume you took good care of my daughter. I nodded as I saw the man I had talked to through my childhood. I hope she found my company good enough. Inoichi and I grinned as we shook hands. Bye, Ino, see you around. Great to see you again, Mr. Inoichi. I bowed as I left the premise. Seems like our daughter is growing up, Inoichi. Inoue's voice could be heard behind Inoichi as the man nodded. Dad, Mom, it was not a dash. He is a lot better than Sasuke for sure. I approve. Do not mess this up. Dad, I do not like him like that. We are just friends. And we were just hanging out together after a mission. Then why are you blushing, sweetheart? Ino's blush got even darker as she stormed inside past her parents. You always liked Naruto, right, dear? Inoichi nodded as he looked at the spot of where Naruto previously stood. I did. I always wanted Ino to be closer to the boy growing up. He did not have anyone his age close to him until recently. I will trust him with my daughter's hand if it comes down to it. After all, that boy has been a kind boy ever since he was born. Then I will trust him too. You always could read people pretty well. The two of them returned inside as the two teenagers both settled into their beds for tonight. The previous hours spent going through their minds. Two separate trains of thought. He is hot. And actually wanting him was supposed to be a joke. But could I really fall for the guy? Ino has always been nice to me, likely due to Inoichi. Sakura was my crush and still kind of is, but being with Ino was nice and she was nice to me when Sakura was not. Plus, she is cute. With that, the spark of something began to blossom. Naruto. I turned around from my training ground behind my house to see an Umbu standing there. Yes, Mr. Umbu? Lady Fifth requires your audience. Please head over to her office soon as possible. I nodded as the Umbu left and I left in a shunshin to meet Tsunade in her office. I knocked on the door to hear a come in. I am glad you did not pick up Jiraiya's window habits. I shrugged as I stood at attention to Tsunade. We received intel of the Akatsuki. My expression grew immensely serious at that. They now have, as we know, six-tailed beast. The only ones left are you, the 8 tails of Kumo and the 6 tails. I sighed as I understood what that implicated. The Akatsuki had enough power now to destroy nations with just the tailed beasts alone. They are getting too powerful now. Tsunade nodded at that. Can you stop them if they try to capture you? No, not if they are in pairs. I do not think I am quite S-rank yet. Tsunade just sipped her tea as she resumed her thoughts. You need to get S-rank. Jiraiya did mention something. I raised an eyebrow, seemingly asking what. Sage mode. The Konoha 11 sat there in the home of Naruto. Naruto, when did you get this? Kiba and company looked around the space they occupied as it was a house none of the Konoha 11 expected. All of them either still lived at their parents' or in apartments, the concept of owning a house foreign to them. I bought it when I got back in the village. The group looked around the living room as Naruto was almost finished cooking. He invited them all over for the first time since they all were in the village at the time. I was going to busy soon. Akatsuki on the horizon meant that I would have to improve fast, in time for me to be able to protect the village. Why did you buy it? Hinata surprised me before I left for my trip. She was a real shy girl. I figured out that she had feelings for me after I described it to my sensei. Since I have been back, however, she has been a lot more outgoing around me. She might have moved on, that is good. I shrugged as flipped over a steak. Got tired of my rusty old apartment. Decided to switch things up. The group nodded in approval. Say Naruto. I turned towards Shikamaru as I finished cooking and was plating the food. Wanna play shogi? It has been a while since we have. Naruto play you in shogi? Kiba looked back and forward between the two males. You are about to be surprised, Kiba. Ino smirked at the Inuzuka as she winked at me. I blushed a little and returned to the food. Sakura saw this and raised an eyebrow at Ino. Ino just gave a sly smile towards her longtime friend. Sure, Shika, after we all eat, of course. Speaking of which, you have been served. I served plates of steamed vegetables, assorted meats, soups and salads, homemade bread, and sushi. Whoa, Naruto. Since when you could cook? I looked at Sakura as I scratched the back of my head. I had to learn on our trip. Could not eat out every single time. I actually enjoy it, and I would like to think I am not half bad. The whole group eyed all the food as they took it in their eyes appreciatively. Naruto, this is splendid. Great job, friend. The Akimichi gave me a thumbs up as the rest of them all voiced their agreement. I blushed slightly at the praise as we all ate. The dinner was full of laughter and light conversation as we all appreciated the company of each other in the house. It was nice to have all of us together. After dinner, we broke into smaller groups. Shika and I played shogi while the ladies went to the hot tub and the guys went on the practice field. Laughter filled the night as gossip and bonding ensued. One by one, friends left. In the end, the last two were me and Sakura. Sakura and I were out on the field under the stars as we gazed upon them. Thank you for having all of us out here, Naruto. It was nice. I nodded as I resumed looking at the sky. Of course, I was glad we could all get together again. Sakura nodded as we went into a comfortable silence. Do you miss our old team? Do you miss him? I looked over at Sakura to still see her looking at the stars. I looked at them myself to see a comet fly by. I miss the family we had. Of course I do. But Sasuke. I turned to look at Sakura, who was looking intently at me. Can we forgive what he did to our family? The bonds he broke for the sake of vengeance. He was a brother to me, yet tried to kill me. I sighed as I looked up again. The man was opening up to us and suddenly got colder. This is the path he knew he was going to walk. We just tried to ignore it, in favor of looking towards a potential future of him leaving that path. We did all we can to try to get him to stay. In truth, I miss the guy, but he is walking down the path he wanted. I will not miss him for who he was, but what he was. Sakura took all that in and seemed to speculate on that thought a little more. Team 7 was the best, was it not? I looked at Sakura to see a soft smile adorned on her lips. It was. My smile matched her as we once again looked up, content that the night was good enough. Jiraiya-sensei, you sure? I looked at my godfather, who had been taking care of me the last 3 years of my life. The man looked at me with serious eyes. I am Naruto. But I am about to leave for Dash. Exactly why we need to do this now. Means you do not have to deal with it. I just eyed the man strangely as we both stood on top of one of the buildings, overlooking the crowd in front of the Hokage tower. Everyone listen up. All eyes turned to the Hokage as she started speaking to the crowd. In this village of Konoha, which I sorely love, as your Hokage I have a huge announcement to tell you. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, was a man we all heralded as a hero, who saved us from the tragic ravaging of the Kyuubi 16 years ago. The beast was going to destroy us all if not for the man defeating it himself. Many know this story. Shikamaru started smiling as he figured out where this was heading. What many do not know is that Minato's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was pregnant at the time. On that night, a baby was born to the two. The inhabitants of the village, hidden in the leaves, started whispering to themselves about what was going on. Among the crowd, a few knew the person being spoke about. Kakashi, who was grinning under his mask, the Inoshikacho trio of both generations, various Umbu, the former Hokage guard squad consisting of Aoba, Genma, and Reidu, Tuchi the ramen god, and various shinobi who were not dumb. He has become a very valuable asset to the Hidden Leaf Village. A now man who has risen to the top through sheer dedication and has a dream to be my successor, which I really hope he does. Showtime kid. I shunshined behind Tsunade and walked up to show myself to the crowd. Several people blanched while a small round of applause began to erupt. I present, the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd erupted as they all went wild. Growing up, life had not been easy for me. I was isolated and shunned, looked down upon as a demon. However, a few people were there to help. First, it was the Sandaime who gave me an apartment and spent time with me, teaching me things a parent would. Inoichi was my own little therapist, who would come and listen to me when the whispers got too much. Kakashi, who I now know was the dog Umbu, protected me and brought me food when I needed it. Grandpa Tucci, the first man to let me eat in his food establishment and was a real guidance in my young years. When I became a shinobi, less of the hatred was seen, and by the Chunin exams I had started to be seen in a positive light, especially when my feats of beating Niji and beating Gaara came to light. Now, I was not highly respected, but I was seen in a positive light. My spar against Kakashi and role in taking out 2 Akatsuki members have ridded the village of its hatred towards me. Now I look down on the crowd, who 8 years ago would have wanted me dead, instead of cheering for me. In that moment I felt a presence, an inkling of a feeling like I had long ago. Was this how you felt, old man? If so, For you, this village will not fall under me. I raised my fist as the crowd roared to new heights. The will of fire burned in everyone in the crowd. A prince, who was an outcast, had been brought to society. With terror sparking around the world, a light had been found. Back in Konoha. Sakura POV. When will my prince be back? Ino and I were together in the Yamanaka flower shop where they were gossiping together. Ino, all you have been talking about is Naruto being your prince. Please stop. I had been annoyed with all the talk around the town. The revelation of Naruto being the son of the Yondaime Hokage caused a wildfire to spread through the town. Many seemed to be shook from the news, like a knife was twisted in their stomach. In my own opinion, it did not change who Naruto was. He was still my loving teammate who was a freaking powerhouse of a man. But I want him to take me on another date, Sakura. Ino's whining also served to annoy me. Ino had told me the two of them went on a date, which actually sounded like two friends hanging out, but I was not going to say that to Ino. Ino also knew that he was the son of the Yondaime before her own teammate, so Naruto was going to get it when he got back. Nero, that guy. Ino, do you actually like him? Or is it just because of his looks and fame? Ino looked at me like I called her a slut, which it was insinuated, but still. Sakura. I shrugged at her outrageous look. She just pouted as she rested her head on her hand. I want to, that boy is nothing like the others our age, more thoughtful and kinder. He always has been. My father and him used to spend time together when we were young. Daddy would always brag about him and say good things. Naruto always has been cute too. I should have gone for him at a young age and maybe I would have had a chance at securing him before all the ladies were on him like cougars. Ino's eyes burned with fire at the thought of the beautiful older ladies coming for her prince. In the words of Shikamaru, you are too troublesome. I agree, Sakura. Nezuki Yamanaka walked out as she looked with Ino with trouble in her eyes. You should have heard what she was saying the other night, Sakura. Ino got bright red as embarrassment fully entered her eyes. No. Naruto, just take me now. Ino actually sunk to the floor at her mom's impression of her talking while asleep. I went red at the perverted thoughts of my friend, but it quickly turned into laughter at Ino. Her reaction told me it actually happened. Oh, my Prince Charming. Do not sleep on the floor, sleep with me dash. Stop. I was on the floor clutching my sides as the mother and daughter continued going after each other. It was quite hilarious. Back on MT Myoboku. Third-person POV. Jiraiya boy. Minato's son is about to be stronger than you. Jiraiya and Fukasaku overlooked the cliff where Naruto had been working on something new. In truth, Naruto had grown at a rate unprecedented in the history of shinobi. With the ability to use all 5 basic nature transformation and 2 different chakra forms in Sage and Yang without including his untapped power in the Kyuubi, Naruto had begun to rise to a peak in ninjutsu. It is bound to happen. I just did not expect it so fast. Naruto POV. I stood there breathing hard. I had gone through all the jutsu I knew and discovered the increase in power when it came to Sage mode. It definitely had more benefits in every aspect of jutsu besides taijutsu compared to yang chakra. Suddenly, a tug in my mind forced my eyes to close. I opened them again to see the gates of the Kyuubi. Why am I here, Kyuubi? We have not spoken in years. The giant chakra monster stood up, showing a not-so-bored indifference it usually did. You are my jailer. I see everything that you see as well. I nodded. You do? What does that have to do with you bringing me here? You do that only to mock me. You human will never have my power. I do not need it. I will be strong enough to fight all alone. Strong enough to beat the masked man who released me at your birth? I stopped as I suddenly found myself curious. What are you talking about, Kyuubi? The fox sat down as he started to regal to me all that occurred ways ago, on October 10th, 16 years ago. 30 minutes later. So basically, a masked single-eyed Sharingan man is the cause of the Akatsuki and the events of 16 years ago. The fox nodded as I paced. Still, why are you telling me this? Because I want him to be dead. As much as it loathes me to say, you are getting strong. You are getting close to being as strong as him. It is in my best interest you take him out, for my own personal vendetta. Still, you asking a favor of me? Pretty odd, fox. The fox snorted as it just walked back into the dark. I watch over all that is past, as the carrier of his will. Now try mixing your two powerful chakras. You should get something special. I am willing to help you, if you fulfill my request. The fox disappeared with that as I was left confused by that last statement. Might as well trying mixing sage and yang. I left the mindscape as I returned to Mount Myoboku. I started converting my chakra to pure yang while also collecting nature chakra. The two started to mingle in my body, like throwing two different paints on a canvas. Eventually, after a few minutes, it started to be more like a clothes washer, a fluid swirling of two different chakras. Suddenly, I felt the new chakra explode inside of me. All of Mount Myoboku went on alert as an extremely potent chakra registered. Jiraiya and Fukasaku looked wide-eyed at the chakra exploding from Naruto in front of them. All the toads rushed to the same cliff as the two as they also registered what was going on. Yellow chakra exploded from me as I felt the chakra combine into one. It was extremely pure, felt like life itself. I felt all the emotions around me, as if everything was connected with me. Looks like So 6P but no marks. I formed a Rasengan and noticed how it grew much faster and easier than before. Naruto! I heard screaming from above the cliff where Jiraiya stood, so I moved towards him. My speed was unmatched as I noticed I got there much quicker than I should have done. Jh, since when did you get this fast, brat? Jiraiya had jumped back from my sudden appearance. I rubbed my head sheepishly as I deactivated the chakra. And what is that chakra, Naruto? I looked at Jiraiya's face to see pure seriousness and curiosity. I mixed yang and nature chakra. I have to say it feels a lot different. I feel more in tune with nature, that is for sure. Jiraiya nodded as he gained a contemplative look. I have never heard of this, but I suppose we can try to find some information on it. I nodded as the sun started to set, signaling it was time to dine on Ma's food and get some rest for the next day. In the Leaf Village.
Destruction.
The crater in the center of the village was a sign of a divine feat. Death lingered in the air, as blood saturated the atmosphere. Tsunade lied there on the ground, unresponsive as her chakra was at extremely low amounts. Shizen lied there, her soul having been extracted, guaranteeing her death. Kakashi rested in a collection of stones, a nail to the forehead sending him to meet his father. The Konoha 11, all spread out across Konoha, and all equally beat and broken. The cause of all this pain. Konin, the Jinchuriki, is in Mount Myoboku. We will wait here until he arrives back. Konin nodded as her paper clone flew back off. With the capture of the Hachibi, Pain had decided to end this all and go straight for the Kyuubi. The plan to resolve peace to the nations was approaching, and despite his usual stoicism, he was anxious to get the next step of the plan going. The 6 paths of pain stood there in the middle of the crater, observing all the chaos that they caused. In truth, he did not like it, but for the sake of peace it was a needed sacrifice. A sudden poof alerted him to the presence of what he was searching for. Kyuubi Jinchuriki, you showed up yourself after all. Mount Myoboku moments earlier. Lord Fukasaku, the Leaf Village is being attacked. A toad appeared from the well. It seemed desperate as it shouted the name of one of the great sages of Mount Myoboku. Naruto boy, go save the village. I stood there, a new cloak donning my back as I accepted the scroll of toad summoners. I had my black outfit with a new black cloak with flames on the lining on the bottom, and the scroll on my back. Yes, Lord Fukasaku. Jiraiya-sensei, what's the fastest way home? Jump through the portal, Naruto. I will be right behind you. I jumped through the portal, the anticipation of what awaited making my heart almost burst in excitement. Old man, is this what like? Saving your village. I felt the portal pull me through time itself, as I found myself back in the Leaf Village. What is this? I stood in the center of the large crater that resided in the middle of the Leaf Village. It was desolate, eerie, death permitted in the air. Kyuubi Jinchuriki, you showed up yourself after all. I looked towards the destructor to see the Akatsuki robe, the signature all black with red clouds. 6 orange hair figures stood there, the one talking having tons of piercings and spiky orange hair. The most notable feature was the purple eyes. Akatsuki, you think I would just sit by and let this happen? Who are you? I am Pain, and why would you not? Did they not scorn you for something you could not control? I clenched my teeth as apparently this man knew. I know because these eyes see the truth. I see it in your eyes. That it is not the village people you are fighting for. It is more selfish. I am a god who sees through all the lies. You are not a god. If you were, then you are a terrible one. You are a bringer of death. You have kidnapped living humans that carry a burden few could bear, for selfish reasons. Selfish? Seems you do not understand. The Akatsuki is the way of peace. Through the tailed beasts, we will be able to rule over the 5 great hidden nations, so you 5 cannot step on the little countries like aim like you have every war. Peace cannot be enforced, it is voluntary. Enforced peace is dictatorship fear. You will make everyone fear you. That is unjust. Unjust or not, I will move forward. I have committed to this path, now be captured Jinchuriki. Meet the power of God.